200 kilometers west-northwest of Sydney, and the oldest inland settlement in Australia sits the town of, well, technically a city of Bathurst, where the Mount Panorama Circuit lies. It is the site of the Bathurst 1000 motor race held each October. But tonight, it's going to be a bit of a different car. It's a stock car because it's the AWSCO Windows Cup Series, and it's the Thrifty Bathurst 500 from Mount Panorama Circuit in Bathurst, New South Wales, Australia. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the FanDuel Fan Studio. My name is Eddie Debs. I'm joined alongside Rashi Mahendra, as what seems to be always these past couple of AWSCO shows. I'm happy to have you on, Rashi, yet again. And, yeah, welcome back to AWSCO Windows Cup Series, where we have had an interesting week, to say the least.
Yeah, it's great to be back in the studio for yet another pre-race show here in the AWSCO broadcast. But yeah, it's definitely been an interesting week here. We're in the second half of the Cup Series, a little Australia swing. We did Calder Park last week, where we had all sorts of goofy drama going on, both in the race and afterwards, of course. And the day before, of course, we had the Continental Series race at Nazareth, which was its own can of worms, I think. Very different kind of racing going on over there.
That's probably the best way to describe it, as a can of worms. Let's get to this track. Second straight race for the AWSCO Window Cup Series in Australia, and the first road course on the schedule. We've had a mile track, we've had Daytona, of course, but now 3.861 miles. It'll be 81 laps around Bathurst, and I believe you have at least some experience, a lot more experience than I do, ever driving anything, with this track.
Yeah, I've raced at this track a couple of times. There's going to be a little surprise what we're going to have in the pre-race show in a little bit here. But Bathurst, it's very much I'd say for an introduction to AWSCO road course racing, this might very much be a trial by fire kind of thing. as we'll probably soon see here. Bathurst is a very tricky track to comprehend. I mean, there's a lot of. It really is just a straight shot up and down a hill, and in the top of the hill, it's just a mess of tightened narrow corners. As we'll go to our little segment here. Hang on, not yet actually. Getting a little. Having a few. We're still setting up things here, so. But yeah, as I said, Bathurst is a very interesting track, very tricky track for a lot of these drivers to be making their road course debuts in these cars, and yeah, just how do I say this? It'll be an interesting track for these drivers to handle, and there's gonna be a lot of these drivers are gonna have to be neat and tidy around this track. It's 81 laps. It's a very long race for one. 81 laps around Bathurst. So around this circuit, you're gonna want to make a. You're gonna want to be almost spotless through the entire race. I mean, last thing you want to do is to get your car damaged early on in the race, and as we'll soon see in this race, there's a lot of opportunities for mistakes to come up and for disaster to happen. Isn't that right, Eddie?
I definitely think so, as I think with a lot of road courses, especially. I believe there's another road course in Australia, well known for causing chaos. But going into this race, we possibly had. I keep saying the word big story, and I don't want to say, and I don't want to keep using that word over and over. But we did have a big one. If you didn't know, after Calder Park, race winner Angeli Rugatino was disqualified originally for failing post-race technical inspection, giving the race win to Eddie Stoneman. However, Dark Horse Racing sent in an appeal, and the appeals board decided that the 96 team, while they did violate the rules, it was too serious a punishment. So the 96 was given her win back. They did receive a 25-point deduction and $100,000 fine. Consider this was due to considering the penalties given to teams in other circumstances. So a lot of work done by the AWSCO officials this past week in trying to clear that up. Dark Horse Racing gets, well, not a win they need, certainly something that Angelique Rugatino definitely deserved after the kind of run she had at Calder Park. And yeah, other than that, going into this race, kind of the usual stuff. I guess the driver to highlight, of course, hometown favorite, Yaffy Mallickson. Unfortunately, at 24th at Calder Park, sits her at 32nd, tied for 32nd in points with Marisha Bebel and Meka Yanero. And unfortunately, the only red racing driver currently not in the top 20 and therefore the playoff. So,
And I wanted to mention the playoff situation, at least for the 96, because that win, might eventually be the difference between making the playoffs or not. Because in it's a 20-car playoff system with I believe a win in your in system. So for Rugatino, it'll be important to have that win at least credited to her, despite the points deduction and all sorts of that. I'm pretty sure Dark Horse will be happy to pay that $100,000 fine for now. If it means that they get to keep the win and the playoff eligibility that comes along with it, I think.
Yeah. But other than that, we can kind of get in the starting lineup.
Wait, hang on. I think we have our little segment coming up here. This is the surprise I was talking to you about right here. As we'll get the word from the broadcast center here. Are we ready to turn that segment? There we go. Here's the little surprise. I managed to get a couple laps in with the ESN Toyota Camry here.
Oh
no. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This car was totally set up correctly, as you'll see here. Managed to do a couple of demo laps here as I'll explain the ins and outs of the Mount Panorama circuit here at Bathurst. As we come up here through Murray's Corner, this is the last turn of the Bathurst of the Mount Panorama circuit here. So start our lap here at the pit straight. It's a pretty short straightaway compared to the other two straightaways at this track. Coming down to the greatly named Hell Quarter, first quarter here. Typically a lot of chaos happens there at the race start. We go up through the mountain straight. This is the first of two main straights. And when I talk about Bathurst being a story of two racetracks, this is what I mean. There's two long straightaways, and as you'll see here, as we break for the Quarry Bend, right here, the track kind of changes character and goes from a low downforce track where you want to maximize top speed to one where you want your car to handle really well. Here you really want that downforce, and you want your car set up to be able to corner correctly, which this car debatably could. If we go up as we go up the hill here through I believe this is Reed and Solomon Park. Around this corner, you want to take it around third gear. Here, coming up through McPhillamy Park. This is where you get a little bit of extra room. Mind the gravel trap there. You don't want to end up beaching your car. And here we are up to the top of the hill. It's through Skyline. There's a nice little braking zone there. Locked it up just a little bit through these tight S's. And the dipper. Very, very slow here. You're going 40, 50 miles at most. As here we start going down the hill and coming up to one of the tightest corners, Forest Elbow, and it leads to the long Conrad Straight here. And this is where you want to maximize that top speed. You're going to get a lot of really good runs here. You'll see this is a very good opportunity. You'll see this is going to create a lot of opportunities to pass. As here comes a very, very tight braking zone. You really want to get your brakes set up here as we come to the chase. The chicane that comes after the long straight. And so you're going to see a lot of cars going side by side here, potentially making moves. Maybe a couple cars going to run wide into the gravel. And coming out of the chase here, heading back to Murray's Corner. It's a quick 90-degree turn to end the lap. And after that, it's just a nice full throttle run to the flag right there to the finish line. Yeah, thank you to Toyota for providing the car for the ESN demo car there to run some nice laps for this segment in the pre-race show. So, what do you think about that lap, Eddie?
I have a feeling that if you managed to get that car on track for today's race, you probably had a top 15 finish locked down, because I feel well assured that there are going to be at least 20 drivers who might try something in the Hell's Corner or any of the other corners you named and successfully bin it. I congratulate you on making it around the track. I do not think some of our drivers are going to be able to do so. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, just a little behind the scenes there. That took quite a few tries to nail. I'll say that. Yeah, with that being our first time in the with the race car there, it's took a couple of tries to get the setup dialed in and all that. But yeah, that was a lot of fun driving that car. Now we can probably talk about the starting grid. Eddie, I'll take it over to you for that. So you have that ready?
Yeah, so front row consists of the 18 of Perry Alacantes driving for, as I probably get that name incorrect, or Mason Parker Motorsports of Ford on the front row, alongside Yenfi Yanaga, the 46 car. I need to get
the Southwest Racing Toyota.
Yes, thank you. And Oedi Stoneman, who just had what could have been a win taken away from her, starting third on the grid, whereas we have last race winner, 96, of Angeli Rugatino, row 17 on the outside, which means 34th. Not the best starting position to someone who just won, but then again, you have a win, so maybe they didn't need to push themselves as much as they wanted to. Yappy Malixon, we talked about her hometown favorite, starting on the inside of row 12. So not the best position for the hometown hero to try and get a top 20, maybe top 10 in another home race for her. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, passing's going to be at a rather premium here. As we saw with our lap there, a lot of this track is just narrow, it's tight and narrow, going up and down the hill. There's not really that many places to overtake there. Most of the overtaking is going to be done going up and down the hill and on the pit straight, I think. So these drivers might get a little bit antsy with the overtaking maneuvers, at least early on. We'll see what happens with these guys as the race goes on.
Something to talk about. The Toyota cars not doing too bad here. I'm specifically talking about Michele Yataka.
Yataka, yeah.
Yataka, yeah, oh boy. This is what I get for not pulling up the broadcast cheat sheet. Not because I have way too many tabs.
But yeah, Yataka's had a really good start to the season. Finished 5th at Daytona and then 3rd at Calder Park. So 2 top 5 start the season, and she's running 2nd in the championship right now behind the ever-present 82 car of Pacelin Yuria as well. I'm not sure where she's starting.
She does not start in it. Yeah, wait. Ooh, row 17, right next to
yeah, so that's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for her to get up the field. She want to at least be able to, at least weather the storm a little bit here, starting at the back. So it's going to be important for her not to get wiped out early, and what will inevitably be a bit of a messy start alongside Angela Rugatino in the 96 there. There's your most recent winner. And another driver starting up front, I think, is the 16 of Sky and Jetta as well. And Jetta starting on the inside of row 4, and she's another early contender here with a 6th and a 5th place in their first couple of races. She's starting within the top 10 in 7th, so that's another driver I think we should be looking out for.
I wanted to point out Yataka mostly because she was the only driver to actually have a faster practice lap than Perry Alacantes by about a second. I say a second and a half. It's more like 1/1500th of a second, which isn't too much, but in a race where only four people managed to get a lap under 2 minutes and 10 seconds, we might see those 4 drivers try and maybe push for the lead to start. Of course, we have Alacantes in that group, but also make sure I actually say this right. Yeah, Arinia Tasama.
Yep.
And thank you, and I need it. And Halis Jukovic,
Hala Hugovic, yeah, that's
um,
your 500 winner.
which Honda for Atlantic Racing, is last I checked ain't doing too bad. Last I checked
Not
in
doing too bad.
these.
I mean, Jukovic has won the race and is still up there. I think Jocelina Nigel in the 64 is also doing pretty well. So, a decent
Mm-hmm.
start. Decent start for Atlantic so far. All four of their cars are in the playoff as we speak. Howina, of course, also had a good run that was cut short due to a mechanical failure, I believe, at Calder Park. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think all of their cars have been running pretty well so far to start the season. So, good early showings for the Atlantic Racing team and those Honda Accords.
Well, Jukovic might be starting on the outside, but this is a road course, and with some other road courses in America, of course, the outside lane sometimes may be more preferred than the inside. Maybe
Yeah.
we could see Jukovic go 2 out of 3 to start the season. It would be insane for someone to win a super speedway and then a road course, but if he does, or even gets a top 5, I think that the FanDuel betting will definitely be more favorable to that 62 car for the rest of the season.
Yeah, pretty much. And with regards to this race, I think it's gonna be important to note that this isn't a sprint race. It's 81 laps.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be quite the endurance test here for a lot of these drivers. And there's gonna be quite a lot of strategy as well. And so it's not gonna be, you can't really win the race on lap one. But as we've said, as people say all the time, you can easily lose the race on lap one if you mess up a little too much. And I think this is one
Yeah.
of those races where that might very well be the case, as these cars are going to be jostling for position all over the place in those early
And
stages.
you've seen it happen. Maybe that's the scariest part, is that you don't have to look too far to not get some examples. Have you gotten the A-OK for race to start?
Yep, we're
Or at
getting the
least start to
signal
start?
right now. I think the booth is
Oh,
ready to go. So we'll take you
dang, I
over.
predicted
We'll
it.
take you over there for the start of the race and the broadcast itself. Echo, are you there with us?
Yeah, I got you. Hey everyone, welcome to beautiful New South Wales. We're here just past
Drivers,
the,
to your cars.
I mean, there's a mountain range. I don't remember what it's called, but we're here at Bathurst, New South Wales, at the Mount Panorama Circuit for the Bathurst 500. We're going 81 laps, 500 kilometers, one of just 2 500K races on the schedule. The other one is at Daytona, actually. Daytona Road Course. I'm joined by Emmy here in the booth. Hello.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
in the booth tonight.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorites. Bathurst is one of my favorite tracks to race and just to watch races. As we had a pre-race show, this race is really a marathon. It's 500 kilometers. You're not gonna win in 10-1, but you're surely gonna lose it. You can lose it in 1 and down mountain straight. It's just really too hectic in the first lap.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very difficult to get around this circuit. 81 laps. I mean, what do you think we expect? What do you expect in this one? We got a bunch of competitive cars up at the front, but we also got cars. I mean, Halis Jukovic, the Daytona 500 winner, starting up in row 3, but Angeli Rigatino, the winner last week at Calder Park, starting way back in 34th. Do you think we see a new face in victory lane? What do you expect in this one?
Yeah, surely I think it will be a baptism of fire for the whole field. For the first road course race to be at Bathurst. I think we're gonna see new face in victory lane. I don't know. It's not up to them to decide. It's up to the mountain to decide. So I think we're gonna see someone new in victory lane.
All right. Well, let's get through our starting grid here for this race, the Thrifty Bathurst 500. Row 1, it's Perry Alicantes, the Mexican driver. Hasn't had a particularly strong start to the season, but she's got skill on these road courses. She starts on the pole. She's alongside Yunfi Yanaga, the driver from China. Row 2, Audie Stoneman, runner-up last week. Could have had the win if the appeal didn't go as well as it did for Dark Horse Racing. She's alongside Nietzsche Garnston. Row 3, Michele Yatica is alongside Halis Jukovic. Row 4, it's the 16 of Skyan Jetta and the 93 of Irenia Tosima. Row 5, the 72 Janet Parkings and the 64 of Jocelina Nahel. Row 6, the 26 of Sophie Chantose, who won the Clash. That's at a short track, so hey, that could be a little bit of experience there. Alongside the 42 of Mika Gennaro. Probably who you'd be pulling for, Emmy. Row 7, it's the 3, Mimi Verino and the 99 of Marisha Vevelst. Row 8 is the 98 of Ava Ajarsaraj and the 17 of Dira Reister. Row 9, the 19 of Arlen Handstrom and the 31 of Taylor Happeman. Row 10, the 6 of Jami McJasmina and the 15 of Tebrizia Tolerone. Row 11, the 9 of Carly Byrne and the 55 of Bria Delad. Row 12, the 23, Yappy Malikson, the hometown driver. Probably going to get a lot of cheers from the fans alongside Yania Waterton in the 13. Row 13, Andrea Davison in the 22 and the 32 of Cindy Rariston. Row 14, Amory Wesco in the 60 alongside the 2 of Isa Javada. Row 15, the 20 of DeGabi Ariella alongside Youngwei Koo in the 38. Row 6, the 1 of Alicia Vancy and the 91 of Alicia Byrne. Row 17, the 82 Payson Laniria, points leader coming in, and our most recent winner, the 96 of Angeli Rigatino. Row 18, Lily Talberson in the 39, alongside the 52 of Rachel Cole. In row 19, the 71 of Abby Little, and the 21 of Amani Wandial. And starting at the very back of the field, in row 20, the 34 of Mika Harina, and the 8 of Lowry Schliesenbach. Alright, so I mean, a lot of laps in this one. What do you think the key is going to be to winning today?
I think the key surely would be patience. You know, it's a very hard track. It's an easy track to pass, but you gotta find your spots. You know, gotta pass someone at the cutting. It really has one lane only. Your best passing opportunities would be down Mountain Straight and coming to the chase. And it's not really easy. You gotta have a really good exit out, force double to get an overtake, to get a good slipstream on Conrad Straight, and then make an overtake to the chase. And 10-1 will be critical in those final laps. It really depends on how aggressive you're gonna be, how you're gonna manage your fuel. Fuel can be a factor, and fuel will be a factor.
Everything's in play for these drivers. So it'll be Alicantes alongside Yanaga at the front of the field as the pace car pulls off. And we are about to go green here for the first road course race of the AWSCO Windows Cup Series season. Down through Murray's Corner, and at the start-finish line, here we go. Green flag is out. We are racing at Bathurst. And Jetta made a dive bomb move 3 wide into turn number 1.
It's just Hell's Corner. First lap, you're gonna move up.
But Alicantes with the better start there. I think Yanaga got a little bit better jump, but the 18 got the run down the inside lane. And we might have had an issue already. Trouble. They are 3 wide going through here. I mean, up the hill, this is the section where you really don't want to go 3 wide. No.
6 got out of the wall exit there. 3 park now, not gonna go too wide.
Oh, 13 and 20. 13, Waterton is around. Gabriella shoves her just out of the way there. Side by side, these cars are through the S's, but this is a section of the track that you really don't want to go side by side through. 3 cars in the wall. This is a tough. Yeah, they're gonna get on the wall quite a bit here. Just up through the S's, it's so hard to go side by side through this section.
Marcelbo.
Side by side right here, there's Gennaro alongside Nihale. And then you have Tosima alongside the 98 of Ajar Siraj. Ajar Siraj is going to make that spot up. Tosima, not a great start to the race for her.
Wide.
These are a couple cars that both got on the wall earlier. There's Yatika looking to the inside. In the final corner.
That was a bold move by Mira Gennaro with the chase. Around the outside, overboard. That's got the advantage to be on the inside.
31-32 coming in for damage repair. So is the 82. So is the 52.
17 slow in track.
Yeah, 17 really slow. Same with the 2 of Ijavida. There's Sky and Jetta trying to make up ground here alongside the 62 of Vukovic. We'll have to go back and see what happened there on the start, but everyone did manage to roll. So I did not mention this, but the road course caution rules are in effect, so they'll wait as long as possible before throwing a caution. But if somebody is stopped on the track, that's a yellow flag. If somebody goes upside down, then that's also going to be a yellow flag. Generally, the road course yellow rules are going to be a lot more lenient than they are going to be at any other track we have. As we start to see some of these cars going side by side, there's Mika Harina. Kind of was a little bit far back in the field. I think she got stacked up behind the that incident that happened on lap 1. We'll go check that out eventually, but right now we're watching this racing here. Oh, we got a move for the lead. Here comes Yunfi Yanaga to the inside of Alicantes in the chase. Here comes the 46 side by side. They're still going to be side by side coming out of Murray's corner. That was almost a dead heat at the line. 18 had it though.
Got a great exit. He's got a great exit.
Livianaga, no. 18 held pretty solid on the outside there. Great run by Alicantes on the outside. Now watch the 27 of Nietzsche Garnston.
Got a back marker already.
They're catching the 17 who just came down pit road. Shockingly, nobody retired. Garnston really trying to pressure here. There's Jukovic trying to get around, or there's Yatica trying to get around Jukovic. 18 inside wall. Alicante is trying to drive a little defensively right now. I'm not sure you want to be doing that at the moment.
I get too desperate to get rid of the lap car. It's not gonna. 17's holding back to 27 a little bit.
These cars really had trouble getting around though. Oh, they're gonna go 3 wide through here. Oh no, they're not. The 46 thought better of it. Smart move by Yanaga to not go 3 wide through the S's.
They're gonna see a big draft. The 27, the 46 is gonna use a lot of it every time there's chase.
And I mean, I think we've seen that the 18 is definitely not the fastest car at the moment, but she's out front right now.
182, right?
gonna throw up some dirt just because they go wide in that corner quite a bit.
8 coming down pit road.
A few cars coming down pit road. The 6, the 26, the 9, the 13, and the 21 are all in. So Alicante is back out front by about a second and a half here. She's led all 3 laps so far, but it's not a racetrack for the faint of heart. I mean, it takes a lot to get around this place. Pretty well single filed out through the field though, for now. And you're not gonna survive going too wide through this section. I mean, we saw it earlier at the start because they start them double file, but through here at this point in the race, you just want to save your stuff. You don't want to push it too much.
You surely don't want to put too much stress into these tires. Got lost to the first round of pit stops, and you know, I think they should take a bit more conservative at the top of the mountain. There's so many high-speed corners there. You know, McPhillamy, Solomon for repark. It's gonna take a lot of stress into these tires. And it's best to conserve them.
Yeah, this mountain section, there's just not very much room to get around. Your best bet if you're gonna pass anybody here is gonna be down. It's gonna be down the Conrad Straight, out of the chase, into Murray's Corner, down the pit straight, and up the mountain.
Arsenal's catching up to. Arsenal's catching up to Alicante pretty fast.
Yeah, she's there. Oh, but she goes wide.
Oh, she's made a mistake.
I think she just pushed it a little too much there into the chase, and it cost her.
Yeah, and you gotta be careful when you come redressing out of the chase. We don't want another incident like the 2016 Bathurst 1000.
And with how much drag these cars have, with this road course package, with how much drag these cars have down the straightaways, I mean, you can get some really big runs here. And down these straightaways, they're going to be great places to pass.
Yeah, I think this high offers package will make some drivers go for it, because if not, you're gonna just lose a lot of time because of dirty air for the mountain section. So it's better to just risk it. With the 34s over here.
34, Harina battling with the 55 of Delad. Harina pretty experienced at a track like this, the Japanese driver. She kind of grew up doing this stuff, but she's kind of become a jack of all trades.
Great move by Harina.
Great move by Harina to get around Delad, as Delad is in the fence a little bit there. There's Yappy Malikson, the hometown driver. Well, not really hometown, because she's actually from Melbourne.
Yeah, they're gonna call someone from Melbourne a Sydney resident, for sure.
Hey, she's from Australia, only Australian in the field, so...
Yeah, you gotta give her some credit.
Garnston closing the gap back down on Alicantes right now, though.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful now. She made a mistake for the chase, and those tires must be a bit too worn now.
I think she's got to be a little more conservative through the chase now, considering how the last corner went, how it went last time going through there for her. But everyone's being pretty patient right now.
It's a long race. Gotta be patient.
Mika Harina really making up quite a bit of ground. Like she's up to 14. I believe she's up to 15th right now. She got by that. She's up to 15th now, I believe.
Yeah, well, going from 39 to 15th. That's
14th,
a lot of
excuse me.
gain.
Yeah, she's gaining quite a bit of ground on the field here. But I mean, if you're one of these cars that's up here at the front, mean, especially if you're Perry Alicantes. Are you trying to drive defensively here, or are you, if the 27's on you, do you think you let her go?
Nah, I think you should let it go. Start with just defend like your life depends on it. It's too early to think that, you know, it's gonna cost you the race. But it will cost you if you just burn out your tires. I think you're gonna, you know, really think about it. If the 27's faster, let it by.
16 of Angetta was looking on Yanaga. Here comes Garnston.
Yeah, there it goes.
Looked to the inside into the S's, but was not able to make the move. Not enough room to get underneath the 18. Kind of surprised she thought about it there. I mean, the S's aren't really a spot you see a lot of passing, at least attempts at passing.
I think she felt better of it. It's gonna use the 18 as a pick.
She's gonna try down the Conrad straight, and she's gonna get by.
She's got a way better exit. Way better
Look
exit.
at that! What a flyer she got.
Perry's in some deep trouble right now.
Oh, the 18 is really slow. I'm not sure what's gone on there.
Yeah, she's too slow. Maybe she burned out all the tires. Defending, you know. Oh, she's made a mistake. Oh, but
It was
so did
wide.
everyone else.
Oh, 18's coming to pit
Oh,
road.
18's
I
pitting.
wonder if she has an issue.
What if it's an issue? Just if she will stop.
Rush, are you there on pit road, or do you know what's
Oh,
going on
we're-
with the 18?
Yeah, hang on. I think we're looking here. We're talking with the 18 crew. They say they're having issues with the fuel system here. They're gonna take a look at it and just kind of make sure. Apparently, they're lacking some fuel pressure into that car, so they're gonna give it some new tires and just kind of look into the car and see what's going on. But that's a big blow to the number 18 team, who's been leading this race in its entirety, pretty much.
That's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate for them, because that 18 car looked very fast, but she's not gonna have. That's probably gonna take her out of contention unless we get a caution flag in this one.
I mean, I'd rather have these type of issues early in the race than, you know, with 2 to go, just like the car says, just, you know, starts giving up.
That's fair.
Back on track. He's back on track. She can make it back.
Yeah, and I believe she stayed on the lead lap, so she gets lucky with a caution coming out here. I think she could maybe flip this around and benefit from it a little bit.
100%.
So Nietzsche Garnston, late model racer from Washington, out front in the Royal Racing Honda. Garnston also right now scored with the NordVPN fastest lap. 2 minutes 13 seconds 266. And again, that fastest lap awards 1 bonus point to the championship.
And if you want to give a better effect comparison, the V8 supercars, you know, the Bathurst 1000 last year, they were doing around the same time. I think they were doing 2:14s at a race pace. So it's a pretty good pace to conserve and go further with fuel, with tires. So yes, I think it's a very good pace.
27 Nietzsche Garnston out front. So you've had a lead change today. Granted, it was kind of helped by that issue that the 18 had, but I think Garnston was going to get by her regardless. Kind of cycle back through the field. I would be curious to see what kind of laps the 18 is running, but also I think that the 18 pitting now means she might try a little bit of an alternate strategy because I think
Yeah,
the
I think
fuel
she-
window here is about 20 laps for these cars. So this race should be a 3-stopper. They probably will go, they'll probably try to make that last run a little long.
Yeah, sure. As the AC pit in lap 6, it's gonna be 26, and then 2. So they might try to extend a bit on fuel in the middle stint. They're gonna short pit again and have that and make a longer pit stint. You could try a 4-stopper here. So you gotta do blitzing lap times. Gotta do qualifying laps all the time.
And Jetta had a run on Yanaga there, but could not make it stick. Hey, I mean, shoutouts to the 42 Mika Gennaro. Not had a particularly amazing start to the season. Her first real foray into North American racing, but she's done a pretty solid. She's doing a pretty solid job in this one right now, in the 6th position. Just
I mean, you
kind
gotta look.
of hanging out right here.
I mean, you gotta look back to his Brazilian stock car years. It's her turf here. He's a roadie.
Yeah.
He's done pretty solid for 3 years in his 3 starts in the series previously. So I think she can be a contender here if everything works out for her.
I mean, I also got to point out Sky and Jetta again. And Jetta's finished top 10 in, I believe, both races so far this season. A 6th and a 5th for her to start off the season. And running 3rd right now, I mean, haven't really seen a lot of these drivers' road course prowess, but there's a lot of road courses on the schedule here. We got 10 road courses that we're going to. And in the middle of the season, there's a stretch of 5 road courses in 6 races. So this race being the first road course is going to be a great challenge for these drivers just because this is a track that kind of features a little bit of everything. It's got the really tight technical elevated sections, and it's got the really long straightaways that you can get those big runs on.
And it's a pretty setup dependent track, but it's also pretty driver making track. You know, this way it comes to separate, you know, the little drivers from the big dogs.
Absolutely.
Very, very demanding track. And it's kind of one of my favorite. It's my favorite track actually.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh, 31's a bit beat up.
31, I think, is a little damaged. But she's not doing too badly here. The 17, I believe, is off pace on these straightaways. She's running 2:20 on her lap times, which is not particularly fast, but she's trying, and that's the important thing, is she's trying. And, I mean, if we get cars retiring from the race for really anything, I mean, it's going to be important just to have that reliability. Just to be able to at least stay out on the track and try and earn some points. I mean, we saw with Abby Little last week, she ended up, I think she finished 14 laps down, but she got an 18th place finish because the attrition was so high.
Yeah, and I think the 17 probably has some engine issues. That engine did not sound healthy at all.
I think she has an everything issue at the moment. The 18 of Alicantes goes by. And we're seeing this top 3 kind of compressed together a little bit. It was there was a pretty big gap between the 27 and the 46 earlier, but now the 46 is starting to close in again. And Mika Harina has now actually taken over the NordVPN fastest lap. the 34 car that's up into 13th with a 2:13.081.
Yeah, she's on a roll here. Probably the fastest common track right now. But I don't think going this fast this year will, be a benefit.
And Harina's got a lot of experience with this kind of stuff, but I mean, seeing a road course so early in the season, we kind of go to 4 different track types really to start the season, because we have the Daytona backstretch, which is that very flat short track. We have we have Daytona, the super speedway. We have Calder Park, which is that 1 mile banked oval that we saw last week that they had just refurbished. And then we have the road course in Bathurst, and all 4 of these kind of tracks, very different, but something that for the fan experience, people absolutely love these kind of racetracks.
And talking about fan experience, the experience at Bathurst, the fan base there is really, really big. Poland supporters, Ford supporters. Got GM versus Ford there. Unfortunately, Poland got shut down by GM, but it still is a big fierce battle. Up in the mountain, you got people like camping all week, and we got the same type of reception down here all week come around. So that's really, really good to see.
These drivers have all gotten a great reception in at this weekend, just because of how interesting and new this series is for everyone, really. So many drivers from so many different backgrounds, and just generally a great atmosphere. And we're seeing it even more here at this very long road course. In these first 10 races, in the first 12 races of the season, we only really have 2 road courses, but because we go here and then we go to Willow Springs, which is another very interesting track. A lot simpler than this one, though. Willow Springs is.
So it's a pretty good track. It was a simple but flowing track. We got the Big Willow. It's a good track. The Big Willow layout is a great layout. I think 10-1 for 2 is really flowing. You have a single path for 3, 4, 5, 5, and 6. Pretty good. And the final 2 corners are just exceptional. They're going from a very high speed corner to a medium speed corner. It's really, really, really good. Really satisfying to drive.
I mean, this isn't even the longest road course we go to, because Road America is on the schedule too, and Road America is actually my favorite road course.
So I gotta give a little fun fact that Mount Panorama wasn't always like this layout. This chase section was only added in 1987. Before that, it was just a huge run from Conrad all the way to Murray's Corner. And it was added there for safety reasons, as most modifications are. But beforehand, it was just a big rundown.
Well, I'll be interested to see how this top 3 maybe try and reverse the pit strategy a little bit. I mean, with the tires kind of wearing out now, I mean, I think as the tires wear out, you're just gonna see them be a little more patient, not take as many gambles on trying to pass. Because we got a bunch of cars kind of just lined up here, not really making moves, just being patient at the moment.
Well, Mika Harin is not one of the patient ones. She's going pretty aggressive up and down this section, and down on the section too. There was a bit of ground, but she was getting pretty aggressive.
There's still not really a lot of aggression we're seeing at the moment, though. Very early in the race. We're only on lap number 12.
I think the magic number will be lap 60, 60 or 61. So you can make it safely on fuel, not gonna have to conserve. You have Bathurst finishes on fuel. The greatest race ever, the 2014 Bathurst 1000, was a fuel mileage race.
And we've seen a lot of fuel mileage discussion in this series lately because we had a couple continental races that went down to fuel mileage. And last week at Calder Park was a fuel mileage endeavor. But everyone managed to save enough at the end there. Eddie, what do you got on pit road?
I've been focusing a lot on the 62 car of I'm gonna try and get this right. Kaliz Jukovic and the 10 of Odie Stoneman. It seems like Jukovic has been told by the crew chief simply to keep that 10 car behind her. Sounds like it's more of a championship points thing than anything else. But that 10 car has been getting a lot of pressure from, sounds like, the crew chief to get ahead of the 62 and to try and catch the top 3. It seems like Chevrolet manufacturers may be putting a bit of pressure on that 10, given she's one of the only drivers of any Chevrolet drivers in the top 10 with any chance of maybe winning this thing. And as we know, Chevrolet has not gotten a win so far in the AWSCO Cup Series. So, yeah, Eddie Stoneman maybe could have got getting a lot on with a lot of pressure. Kaliz Jukovic trying to keep her behind, guys.
Manufacturer wars have really kicked off quite a bit here. I mean, Honda won the 500. We had a Toyota win at the Clash, and we had a Ford win last week at Calder Park. Russia, you got anything on the 38 of Youngwei Ku?
Yeah, we've been talking about some of these cars that are lower down in points. I mean, Youngwei Ku right now is kind of running in the midfield, doing pretty well for herself. She started out near the back. I believe she started in 30th. So she's moved up quite a few positions now, up to 16th. And the team are just telling her right now to keep that progress up. And Ku's saying that the car is handling pretty well right now, and that not much to report at the moment. And so far, good goings for the 38 team, who really do need a good points day here. They're sitting 36th down in points. Alongside that 55 of Bia Delade, who's just ahead of her, actually. Back to you, Echo.
Yeah, and Harina actually able to get by the 99 of Marisha Vebelst on that last run, as well as the 23 of Yappy Malikson. So Vebelst does drop back to 14th. Harina is up into 12th position now, as she continues to make up some ground here. I mean, with these road courses, it's not easy to pass. So you're going to see some of these faster cars mired back in the field, kind of having to work their way through traffic. I mean, early on you want to be patient, but also you want to, do you want to plan if this race goes long green, like we see a lot of road courses do?
Oh, surely, it's Bathurst. You gotta. There's only been 2 races at Bathurst in the 1000 that did not have a safety car interference. So I think most teams don't really prepare for the long run, but you should really think about the long run because it's a long track and tired. And each of the tires, if you don't take care of them enough, so you really should prepare for the long run. And talking about the strategy call from the I think it was a 37. No. Not a 27. The 4th place car. I forget it. The 62, yeah. I don't think it's a really smart thing to do to just hold them up there. I think if the 10 is faster, you gotta let it go. It's really early in the race. Still have 2 stops to go. It's really not gonna be smart to keep wearing your equipment out while the others just can just follow you and waste more of their equipment.
Yeah, you keep holding people up behind you, trying to defend.
I think the 10's got a little bit, has slowed up a bit. I think
The 10 just
they-
got a bad run through the last couple corners there, through the pit straight, but I mean, Yapi Malikson, former supercars driver, so she knows this track. She's run here quite a bit. This is a kind of place where I think she has that kind of experience. Just didn't qualify particularly well, but she's moved up through the field quite a bit, up to the 13th position at the moment.
yeah, Malikson is a Malikson coming from row 12 from 23rd to 13th. That's pretty good stuff from her. He did a very good job with Matt Stone Racing for the last 2 years, being a co-driver for Nick Percat. So I think it's really good that he's making that good of a progress. And 10's caught back up to the 62.
10's caught back up to the 62. I mean, this is going to be the best place to make a move, is down the Conrad Straight, but I mean, I think she's kind of just content to stay back right now.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you have that big of a draft, I think I would just.
Uh-oh, the 42 Gennaro.
Issue for the 42.
42
Oh,
has
no.
a problem. She is pulled down onto the inside of the racetrack.
Yeah, I think that's the race over. Yeah, she's coming
And
down
she's coming
pit
to
road.
pit road.
That's surely an issue.
Eddie, do you have anything down there on pit road on the 42?
I'm trying to get to there right now. I'm running I don't know if you can hear it. I am running my butt off to get that forward. Okay, it seems like, oh my goodness, man, that tire is just gone. Like, badly gone. I understand why she had to pull completely out of the racing lane. She had just nothing left on that tire. Ooh. Yeah, that front right just completely imploded. I don't know if you can see it on the replay. But, yeah. Thankfully, great job by Meka Janhero to, I said that wrong, to get to the pit lane, but then again, down to 32nd in points. This is awful for someone who's running just well enough to where you could see probably get a little closer to that playoff cut line. Yeah, no, now she's stuck with Andrea Davidson. Where is that? All the way, I mean, I imagine it's, ooh, yeah, just inside the top 30. Definitely not, I think, where she wants to be. That's really unfortunate. I'll try and get extra scoop later. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for me. She was running really well.
She was running up there. I mean, to be fair, this is probably not the worst time to have that kind of issue. I mean,
yeah, pretty close to the pit window.
Pretty close to the pit window, yeah. We see Harina trying to make a move on Arlen Handstrom. Handstrom went wide through the S's, and Harina's trying to take advantage of that. And 23 of Alexson has closed in quite a bit as well. We see the 16 has kind of closed up on the 46 of Yanaga too.
Yeah, but I don't think they would attack now.
Yeah, those two are teammates right here. I don't think they're going to be going after each other quite yet.
I think Yeta is using the... I think they're working together. I think Yanaga is giving Yeta a draft so Yeta has a bit more, fuel saving.
That could be it, yeah. Yeah, you gotta take care of your stuff here. We just saw the 42 lost that tire. I mean, you can't abuse the tires here, because if you blow a tire in a bad spot, like, it's a good thing she blew it in the Conrad straight coming down into the chase, because you know, there's some other parts of the track. There's some other parts of the track where if you blow a tire, you just you can't. There's no way you're making it back. And
Yeah, but I don't think that was a good. I think she probably did change it for fire save because you know you can ask Fabian Kufa is not one to blow a tire down corner run straight up to the coming to the chase.
yeah,
There's a bit of wheel spin on the 16. She's using a bit too much of tires right now. You know, had to catch up to a teammate, so I think he used a bit of equipment, but she might be slowing down a bit.
it is Nietzsche Garnston still out front in that 27 car.
She's got the car to beat, I think.
Ooh,
Oh,
16 went wide through the grass. She'll be okay.
I think they'll be stopping within like 2 laps or so. Yeah, 27 has the car to beat.
Right now, yeah, it looks like the 27 is the fastest car.
Royal Racing really did a good setup for 27. I'm heard that Royal Racing was working together with some supercars teams to gather some data for the track and help with the setup, so that might explain something.
Yeah. I mean, Nietzsche Garnston, not exactly inexperienced at a road course. Comes from Washington, where there's quite a few road courses up there. I know she used to run at the Portland International Raceway. But she's more of a late model driver, so not something I think a lot of people expected to see, but she's not doing too shabby out here for her first run, for the first real run at a road course in the series. As we got a move for 8th place. That's Ajar Siraj trying to take it away from Nihale, and Nihale's gonna just back off through Reed Park and let the 98 go through. I think that's a good move on Nihale's part. Just let the 98 get through.
Yeah, I don't think you want to risk it down up there. You could, and with your race as well.
I mean, that's just not a spot you can really go side by side at all.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
19 goes
wide.
wide.
19 in the wall.
In the wall a little bit there. That's going to let Harina through. Malikson and I think Vebelst are also going to get through from that.
I don't know if it was a mistake or just a flat tire or something, but that was really hard. It was a really hard hit.
So we got some cars on pit road. 21, 22, and the 60 have all come down. They were a little further back in the field, so I think they're just kind of trying to reverse this strategy a little bit.
I was not on pit road, expecting 2 laps for pit stops.
Yeah, and I mean, with this race having this green flag look to it, as it's had at least these first few laps, these first 19 laps, I mean, long run pace is going to be key. And I think this is going to be a race this is going to be something that's probably going to be decided by that long run pace, because unless someone is particularly like stuck on the track, I think that we're not going to see a lot of yellows.
And I think the 16 is going to frustrate the 46. Yeah.
Eddie, do you have anything on the 22 and 21?
Yes, I do. Seems like with the 10 car of Eddie Stoneman up in 5th, and with Yappy Malikson making some moves, it seems like the Red Racing team wanted to at least try some different strategies around with Wandayo and Davison, try and maybe see if they can go long run and hopefully not end up like we've seen a couple cars today with some issues, and maybe get a top 20, because as we've seen, it's been a little crazy as, oh boy, I saw that on the monitor, Hamster going to the wall. So yeah, different, oh boy, Hamster, I can see that, sorry, are you guys seeing this? Okay, seems like it's fine. But yeah, no, Red Racing trying some strategies, trying to see if their cars can benefit from anything right now. Meanwhile, Meika Yanhero, after cutting down the tires, seems like the team has been rather, I guess, you know, very kind. Seems like they're not trying to put any pressure on her at all. With some good runs out of their other cars, the 46 and the 16 specifically, I think they just want Yanhero to finish this race. Back to you guys.
I got a big chunk of cars side by side here. That's Ku alongside Tolerone, and then Delade and Handstrom.
That was a pretty good battle from Conrad into the chase.
We saw a Jarsaraj take a spot from parkings through Skyline. Jarsaraj is doing a pretty solid job of just kind of making passes where you wouldn't really expect them to be made. The 98's gained a couple positions in these last couple laps, and I mean, I would not count out that 98 car of Ava Ajarsaraj here. As we got the 34 looking to the inside, the 23 to the inside, three wide.
64 backs out.
64 backs out, I'd say that's a good move. Alexson with an aggressive move. I think Nihil's just kind of run out of equipment at this point.
23's backing off. Yeah, I had to back out. Someone's gonna get it. Yeah, 23's good. Look at the 99 out.
And Marisha Vebels, she's not backing out. I mean, there's no way Vebels is backing out of anything.
That's a great move up McPhilly. She's got the pace right now.
The 46 and... Ooh, hold up. Hang on. Oh, we got a bit of an issue here. That's Angeli Rugatino.
That's not good. It's pretty slow now.
Russia, do you know what's going on with the 96 here?
Tire down on the 96 there. I think one of the tires gone flat on that 96 car, which is a real shame for the most recent winner. So probably won't be seeing two in a row coming from the Dark Horse team and Angelo Gattino there. Not the tough break coming at the top of the hill. Yeah, it's gonna be a long drive to pit lane. That's gonna be a major setback for that Home Depot team. Back to you, Echo.
See a move being made here. Yatica gets around the 10 on the outside in Murray's corner. We'll see if Vajar Siraj is going to try that too. There's a lap car coming out of the pits right in front of these two.
Look at the
That's
10.
going to help the 98.
No. I thought the 10 would use the 17 as a pick, but the 98 uses 17 as a pick to get past the 10. I think there was a bit of lack of awareness for the 17. You know, it had two faster cars coming. And it's just not good, the 17.
Yeah, I can't exactly say. I guess that's still tough for Stillman, but great for Jar Siraj because that 98 car, I believe, moves into the top 10 now, or the top 5. I don't actually think she does. I think she's 6th. But still, Jar Siraj doing a pretty solid job. I mean, she had a great run going at. Jar Siraj had a great run going at Calder Park before she had an engine issue that set her behind at the end, but she still finished 13th at Calder Park while down a cylinder, so.
And 27 just pulling away from everybody.
The gap's been pretty consistent at about 2 seconds. 16. Uh-oh. Oh, the 92.
Oh, 92 stopped.
Well, that's going to bring out the caution. This is the
Oh, the
27
leaders
and
come to pit
46 are
road.
coming to pit road. And the caution's going to come out right in the middle of the pit cycle here. As the 34 tries to make a move on Stoneman, but... Oh, and the 34 is slow.
You're out of fuel.
A lot of mechanical issues plaguing the field right now.
Is she out of fuel or something? Because that's pit window.
Is there anything on the 34, Russia?
I think that's a brake failure on the 34. I just heard Harina come on the radio complaining that she wasn't getting any brake pressure down into the chase there. Which is probably the worst spot you can possibly lose brakes. She managed to slow it down but they're gonna have to bring it back in for some repairs too. And the timing of that caution was very, very bad for the 46 and very odd for the 46 and 27. Both of them just came into pit road at the onset of the caution. We'll see if there's anything race control has to say about that. That might have been a close pit lane issue, but we're not entirely sure here in the pit lane here as something's going on over there with the 46. But yeah,
46 is trying to take her spot.
But yeah, bad timing on the caution there for a lot of the field, but it's gonna be opportunity for some of these other cars that were sitting at the tail end of the lead lap. I think it's gonna bunch the field right back up, and it'll be interesting to see what cars do in the pit cycle here. Back to you.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty close for the 27 and the 46.
The 27 and the 46, I think will probably be fine because they came in right as the caution came out. I think they'll be able to. I think they'll be able to. I think they'll be able to stay out when these cars come down pit road, and they'll get the lead right back here. But obviously we'll have to see. The thing is, I think that kind of helps the 18 of Alicantes, because remember she had that issue? You know, she's right back on with these cars. She's cycled to be 4th now, so.
Yeah, it's a big break for Alicantes.
And a tough one for Mika Harina, who has that issue, but the good thing for Harina is she's in a great spot. She's in probably at least it happens under the yellow flag and not under green.
Indeed, it would have been really, really hard to drive around Panorama without any brakes.
I forgot that on the limp line I made them go through that little cut point through that chicane there.
I mean, it's the best plan to go through without a failure. You don't want to go, you don't want to like, dropping debris on the racing line. Down the S's up the style line.
Eddie, I have a question. Do you know anything about what happened to the 92 there? Because she stopped on the track with some sort of issue, and she's out of the race now. Do you know what's up there?
I'm looking for it. It might have just been just a total and complete engine failure. I'm trying to get in, but it seems like Basin Parker Motorsports is being a bit hush about this. I mean, I can kind of understand it given want to get her name right this time. Ava is their current best championship contender.
The
currently
92
sitting in
is
sixth.
Inverness
Maybe they want
Racing.
to keep it a little bit quiet. So, what?
The 92 is Inverness Racing.
Oh my gosh, I've completely mixed them up. I apologize. Yes, the 92. And I have completely blown this. Yeah, Inverness. I still have not. Well, I'll get back to you on that once I realize that it's actually the 92 and not the 98. Trust. Back to you guys.
All right. So it is the 62 currently who's out in front of this pack at the moment, but she's going to be coming. They're going to be coming down the pit road here, and we'll probably get the 1 to go signal next time by, because they give them 1 to go halfway down in the S's, I believe it is. So yes, as it cycles. Okay, it looks like the 18 is going to follow into pit road. Looks like the 26 of Chantose, the 1 of Vancy is staying out here. 42's coming back in. The 19, the 96, 22, 21, 60. So yeah, the 62 gets credit for leading that lap, so this will technically count as our second and third lead changes of the day. But mostly everyone here is coming down pit road, getting service.
Yep. Very busy down pit road.
Looks like it'll be the 98 who wins the race out of those cars that were on pit road. 72, 99, 23, 2.
15.
Eddie, you have an update on the 92?
Yeah, I finally made it to Yataga's garage. It seems like it was just a complete power steering failure as they were pulling up behind the pace car and getting in line. Just thought they were going to be able to make another lap. Seemed like the car was going all right. Then just whoop, complete shutdown. Power steering just turned completely off. They had to stop, had to be towed back. Of course, Ryan and Verness definitely not too happy about the whole situation. And again, Inverness Racing, a pretty good season this year, but yeah, no, when your star driver currently sitting second, it's knocked out of a race with something that's just a complete mechanical shutdown. You know, I wouldn't imagine you'd be too happy with the crew. I think Yataka's fine. I don't think this was at all her fault from the looks of things. But yeah, definitely not what you want to see for any Inverness Racing fans or the Inverness owner himself. Back to you guys.
Russia, you got a report on Halas Jukovic?
Yep, we were with the 62 team there for the yellow flag pit stops, and yeah, we saw that the 62 lost a couple spots on pit lane, but that was mostly intentional. They were making a couple of handling changes to that 62 car, that 62 T-Mobile Honda Accord, and yeah, they were. The driver was making a couple of comments about how they could improve the handling characteristics of that car, especially up at the top of the hills, and the team were willing to take a couple positions on pit lane there just to make some improvements to the car, and there's plenty of race left, so they're not particularly worried about that. Back to you, Echo.
Yeah, so interesting to note here. So it's the 27, 46, and 16 out front. They were the leaders that pitted coming to the yellow flag there. The 26 of Sophie Chantose actually has cycled into 4th. Felicia Vancy is in 5th. Arlen Handstrom is in 6th. And Angeli Rigatino is in 7th. Davison in the 22 is 8th. The 21 of Wandayo is 9th. And the 60 of AWSCO is in 10th. And those are all the cars that stayed out. Those cars all came in a little bit earlier.
Yeah, but I think they'll be pitting again soon. Especially the cars that pitted on the early laps of the race. I think the 19 will stay out a bit longer. He'll be competitive.
Yeah, Arlen Handstrom.
Yeah,
She'll probably be competitive.
I think she will be competitive because she put a lap 16, something like that? 16, 17? With that power failure up the hill.
So we're gonna go green this lap.
A single file restart.
Yep.
Well, there'll be less chaos than the lap line. But I think aggressiveness will be a bit higher
Yeah.
in this restart.
We've gone through our first pit cycle here, so it will be. I think they're going to be a little more aggressive at this point.
I mean, it's still a long race, still 60.
Yeah, we still got about 59 laps remaining in this one, and I mean
Yeah.
that doesn't sound like much, but at a track like this, that's almost where you're running 2-minute laps. That's almost 2 hours of racing. Pace car? Wire? Okay. I guess we're not going green.
Well, I guess we're going green next time by then. Oh, that's a good thing for the oh, the ones who didn't pit, so they can save a little more fuel
Yeah.
and tires. That's good, especially for the 19.
Not sure what happened to the 32 and 31. They're both on pit road still, and they've actually fallen a lap down now. So next week it'll be. This is going to give us a great time to mention that next week we're going to Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the Continental Series and the Windows Cup Series. They're back on the same schedule for a couple weeks here as they both share the next two races at the same track. Coverage starts Saturday for the Continental race at Vegas, and on Tuesday for the Cup race. So of these top three, I mean, what do you think of this strategy here of just staying out for now?
I think it's a good strategy. I think they're trying to keep this strategy working. Of course, with the safety car now, I think we're gonna see some strategy changes. You know, I think you can save about 2 laps per safety car lap. So, if they did number now, on the second stop will be a bit further up, and they will probably have. Everyone's in the playing field right now. But these guys behind the pace car are sure helping the 19. Really want to see how she will kill, these kids, the competitors. And let's just give to the reason. We'll see what happens.
You know what I'm also kind of curious about here is all these cars that stayed out. They're a little damaged. I'm curious as to how these cars that are behind will also end up trying to overtake them, really, because these cars that are they were up here on pace, but not they've kind of been shuffled back just because of the timing of the yellow, as the 98
Oh, 98.
has some kind of issue.
Going on
And the
with Ava.
55 is also driving. No, the 55 is just stopped in the sand there, or on the little paved runoff area.
Yeah, it's
Rashid,
just
do you have
not
something on the
good.
98?
Yep, just heard the driver coming into the radio saying that she's hearing some weird noises with the engine in the car. They're gonna have to they're gonna have to come in and take a look at that on the restart. That's gonna be a real tough break for them. That 98 team, of course, had engine issues in the end of the Calder Park race. Yet another problem for the target team there. They're gonna have to come in and look at whatever the issue is there. They're hoping it's not a terminal problem with the engine, but until that car comes into pit lane, they won't exactly know what the problem with that car's engine is.
That's a really tough break for the 98. She was having a great race.
Yeah, the
All
98.
comes undone.
The 98 was driving
All
through the
comes
field there on that last run before with pit stops. She won the race out of pit road, but she's not gonna stay up here, as she's gonna have to come to pit road now.
That's a pretty worrying. If I'm the 18, if I'm the 19, I'd be worried about my engine as well. I think the MPM Motorsports Group engine facilities will need to be regrouped. They have to talk to the guys back at the shop.
I mean, that's the
Because 2
second
races
straight
in a
week
row.
that 98
Yeah,
has had
exactly.
an issue.
Yeah, I mean, two weeks in a row, this can't happen at at a top level like this.
Pace car's coming off, so we are gonna go green this time. And the 98's coming down pit road. So Garnston, Yanaga, and Jeddah will lead us to the green. Here we go. As we
They're
go
already making moves.
They're looking 3 wide into turn 1. Here comes the 26 of Chantose.
That's not gonna work.
Yanaga got a really good
Like,
run.
down straight. That's amazing to see this. And the 27 just took off.
27 is gone, yeah.
That's pretty aggressive. 2x2x2. Good quarries.
And Chantose managed to gain position from that, got by Angetta, and took the 3rd spot, but we continue to run side by side through these corners, but they're gonna have to single file out through here.
Yeah, it can go side by side for retouch. No Stillman.
I mean, you can if you're crazy enough.
Yeah. And Hangstrom is in 4th. 5th.
Yeah, she's in 5th. 19 car looking pretty solid. The 72
has
got
a
by the
really good
22.
Yep. Hangstrom's got a really fast car. Oh! Pretty almost into the wall there. Oh, mistake by the 16.
And Jetta goes wide. Here comes Handstrom down the inside. Into Murray's corner.
Gotta
Gonna have
run.
the spot.
Got-
26 has come down pit road now. So this is for third.
Anderson's got him. He's got a
Breezy-
fast car.
Man, look at Sabrizia Toleron in the 15 car. She's starting to move up the field here.
Yeah, I think the differing strategies will start paying off maybe this middle stint.
And the 46
They're gonna
has
mix things
closed
up.
in on the 27. Yanaga has closed in on Garnston here. We're very much just kind of, I don't know. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of patience at this point. After this restart, here comes Rigatino.
Your
To
tail
my
got
point, the
inside.
96. Challenging the
Got better of
16.
it.
No, she's still there.
She make a move at Skyline? No. Is that? Oh, she will. 16, almost in the fence.
And Jetta trying to fight back.
See what
just
it
can't
did?
do
Just
it.
caught in the
22's
wall.
got the fence. 15 of Tolron comes through. And now
15's gonna put the-
Rugatino up into fourth.
And 16 just had no pace.
Russia, what do you got on the 96?
Well, aggression is the name of the game right now for the 96. We saw that 96 team get into a couple issues earlier on in the first stint. And, well, we thought that that car was going to be out of contention for the race, but that last caution was a bit of good fortune for that team. And, yeah, Rugatino's been talking on the radio saying that, now's the time to be aggressive and get as many positions as possible. And we're seeing her fulfill that right now on track. As just a stroke of good luck for the 96 there. And she's making the most of that opportunity as it stands. Back to you, Echo.
And we're seeing a lot of moves being made into Murray's corner and into turn one here now. After this restart, this is the time when a lot of these drivers are thinking about making their runs. Eddie, do you have something on Angetta?
Yeah, I know we've been seeing a lot of Angetta being all over the place in a couple of these corners. It sounds like she is voicing some displeasure with her crew chief. It sounds like she had been maybe promised that her car would handle better once they got some new tires on that car and had been handling bad before the pit stop. And now it just seems like the handling issues have not gone away, and she is not happy about it. Especially given that her teammate, Yenka Yanaga, has not had the type of steering issues that she has had, and is of course up in the second, whereas Angetta's slowly falling back now down to fifth. Just not a lot of good vibes coming from that 16 team right now as they try to figure out why Angetta can't hold the car straight in these couple of these corners. Back to you guys.
Well, yeah, very, very interesting to see how the difference in these Southwest cars after the stops, because Yanaga has kind of been holding with Garnston for quite a bit here, but the 16 you cannot really say anything positive about right now. She's dropped 2 positions. She's actually dropped 3 technically, but the 26 came to pit road, so she got that spot back after these pit stops.
Yeah, I think the 16 might have a car made for the long run. So that's why it's not handling that good now. But I give it like a bit, like 3-4 laps, it will handle better. Because the 72 goes into the grass. Oh, 15 making a move.
15, Tolerone underneath the 2101 Dio. Really didn't get a very good run into the corner though.
Very bad exit.
Whoa, 34.
Oh, issue with the 34 again.
Nope. Just a little bit wide off the corner. 64
the
Nihil trying to get underneath Vebels.
The 64 didn't go.
I mean, the 18 led the opening little bit, but ever since her issues, it's been all Nietzsche Garnston aside from one lap out of the pit cycle where the 62 was the leader.
Yep, and the 19 looks like 19's closing in. The gap before was like 4 point. The gap last lap was 4.2. Now it's 3.7.
Marisha Vebels being very aggressive, trying to defend this position defend the 11th position from Jocelyn Nihil.
And Mika almost tried to move a repot. Almost didn't work. And Mika has cut all over the place. It's not a good Henry.
The 42 and 34 after their issues trying to make their way up through the field again. Still nobody set a faster lap than them yet. The 27 Anichi Garnston has looked dominant today.
She's the car to beat today. I honestly think she is the car to beat. I would keep an eye open on the 19. If she had like her problems, she's in P3. She's had a fast Mustang. It would be pretty good for Ford Australia to have two cars sweeping the Australian round.
Yeah. I mean, I think that would be something that they'd love to shout. Like we won both of the Australia races in AWSCO.
That's something the Blue Oval fans will rub against the mighty Lion fans.
Yeah, we're a few laps into the run now, so calm down just a bit.
I think it's now more about conservation. The 19 took out 3/10 again last lap.
I think a lot of these cars are just trying to save their stuff for now.
The team definitely not trying to save us, so pretty aggressive there.
I mean, the 46 has looked pretty solid. Like, I'd say the 46 has looked like a fast car, but the 27 just kind of stayed out front at this point. But I think the 46 is looking a lot more competitive than she was on the last run. Been able to keep the gap within a second for quite a few laps here.
Yeah, she surely is, but the gap is dipping a little bit. Last lap it was 0.7, this lap 0.8, 2 laps ago was 0.4. But I think the 46 is now picking up the pace again, and the 27 is fading. So lap will be
0.46. She gained 4/10 that lap. I mean, it's
but
all
look at
about
the 19
technique.
again.
It's all about technique at a road course like this.
And a 19 again, 2.8, 6/10 gain last lap.
The 27 still looks very strong. But I mean, on these straightaways, you're gonna see the draft really kick in.
Absolutely.
For these tech sections, you're not gonna see that as much, but up the mountain and down the Conrad Straight through the Chase. Basically the part of the track where you're not up in the S's and up through the mountain. That's where we're gonna see a lot of cars try and make their moves.
Yeah, the 27s were having handling issues. They lifted a lot for Solon Park. Because not handling as well as it was. I think if it comes down to the last lap, someone's got to put a bumper to someone the first double.
Yeah. Wait, 6, I don't think it's close enough to make a move yet.
Not yet. I think they're gonna try it in Murray's corner. Oh no.
A little
They're
wide.
going wide. Yeah, commentator's curse again.
I mean, I would say the 4600 looks faster right now.
The 96 is pretty strong too.
Oh, the 96 Angeli Rigatino hanging on in 4th here.
Yeah, the 19 lost a bit of ground now. Lost 2/10 the last lap. 96 closing in. Very surprised.
23, I think
had
I think the 23 slipped up out of the Murray's corner, and that's gonna let the 34 and the 38 get by.
Yeah.
They're still side by side here. Mika Gennaro is alongside this.
Just gonna use the free as a pick to get a better slipstream.
Gonna get
Go
by
to
the
the
60.
60.
Is she gonna try the 3? No.
Actually, use the free as a pick to get a lot of draft. After more top speed down the mountain straights to make it past in the points bank.
I think the 21 is kind of holding up these cars back here. So the 15 I think is definitely faster than the 21, but she just can't get by right now.
I think they're using the 21 a bit to, cool down. 21's cooling down. Yeah, I think teams are like, okay, let's just hold the 21 space. Let's save up equipment. Let's save up a little bit so we can go put it onto this stint and have fresher tires at the end. Have a shorter stint at the end and be a little more aggressive.
Here comes the 15. I thought she was going to make the move, but...
Oh, almost into the fence.
Good job to keep it out of the ball for Toleran there.
32 might try something down to chase.
She tried. Backed out, though. And now here comes the 8 of Schliesenbach.
Try, but
8 goes just a bit wide.
yeah.
34, I think, had a slip up there. 60 car of AWSCO is coming to pit road. 62 of Yukovic is also in pit road. Yep. Well, that's going to be another caution as the 62 stopped on the track for something, so we have another caution flag out here. Rasha, do you have anything on the 46?
Yep, we've been talking with the Southwest Racing crew here in the 46 team, and well, we didn't get to talk about the caution that's coming out right now, but they were yeah, the 46 with the rest of the 46 team, and they were looking to attack for for the lead here. As see, there's chatter in the Southwest box. I think there's another team having problems. That's the 16. 16's coming in saying they got an engine problem. And that's more problems, and that's a problems for another front-running car right there. Well, we'll get back to you on that one. But with regards to the 46 team, they were saying that they had a strategy going on, and while they were letting Yanaga attack the 27, they were telling her not to burn the tires up too much there. But that caution's gonna change everything. We'll get back to you on the 16 team here. Back to you, Echo, in the studio. We'll get back to you on the 16.
Unfortunate for Angetta, running top 5 before that, and she's not gonna finish this. She's not gonna finish today.
Yeah, this is gonna be a long debrief. Southwest Racing tonight. That's just not good. I mean, yeah, she was complaining about the 46 not letting them go. Gary stages.
These cars are still racing back to the line.
Leistenbach going a bit white.
Nobody's going to take the opportunity to pit here.
Someone pit? Probably not.
Nobody took the opportunity to pit on that last 71. Quite a bit of front end damage on that car. The 16 just trying to make her way back. That's going to leave a lot of oil down, and they're going to have to clean that up.
Yeah, pretty long cleanup process. I think everyone's gonna pit.
I think we might see some of these cars that just came to pit road just a bit ago stay out, like the 26 and the 60. I think might try and flip this and stay out here.
Yeah, I think everyone's gonna.
And maybe the 55.
I think everyone's that pit in a last caution probably will put the strategy. I think some people that pitted in the last caution will stay out. And if I'm I personally wouldn't really stay out. You know, it's just keep the current strategy, or have like pressure tires for 10 laps. And I would take having pressure tires for the last 10 laps. You know, be 110% aggressive at the end, rather than just keep nursing the tires home. Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, that happened. You got any, Eddie, you got an update on the 62 down in the garage?
Yeah, it looked like, I mean, I think it looks like they're trying to fix it, but it sounds like it was just something with the shocks and springs, just kind of suddenly just complete failure. They had to go in, check on it as what the heck happened to the 15 is, oh my gosh, did Risha Toleron just blow? I gotta get to the I gotta get to the 15's car immediately, but yeah, no, 62 sounds like some shocks and springs. I think they're out of the race, but I'm getting conflicting messages from both the crew chief and the people in the garage, so we'll just have to see whether the 62 actually gets back on track. But I gotta get to the 15 because it sounds like there's some crazy stuff happening going on over there.
Russia 16 car?
Well, on the subject of engine problems, we finally got the. Finally saw the 16 car roll into their pit box, and just by the looks of it, I think the crew knew that was gonna be it for their day. That car was smoking it up as they entered the pit lane, and yeah, they're just gonna have to take that car into the garage, and well, that'll be the end of their day. And yeah, just as Eddie said, I think we're gonna get another report on another engine problem there on the 15 car, as we'll get back to you on that one as well. Back to you, Echo, in the booth.
Well, it has not been easy on the engines here, that's for sure. We've already seen, I think, 5 different engine issues now.
Yeah,
The
let's
15
check
falling
that.
out. And, I mean, if you're Nietzsche Garnston, who's up front, that's your teammate that just blew up in the 15. I mean, are you worried?
I mean, I would be worried if it was a 46 too. Both their teammates just blow up with a caution, so I would be worried.
Eddie, you got the report on the 15?
Yeah, I mean, you can hear a pin drop in this Royal Racing garage right now. Looks like the 15 had what appears to be just a drive shaft issue that, I mean, engine blew up due to it, and yeah, no, car's done for the day. Sounds like they are trying to get a crew member to get the details of it so they can rush it over to the 27 car in the hopes that maybe they have something that can help the 27 not suffer the same fate. That's all for now. Probably going to try and monitor the Engetta situation alongside Rasha because, I mean, I talked about Sky having a bad mood. This might lead to some tempers over on that team side because after all their issues with driving today, complete engine blowing up and ending the race, not how they wanted this day to end, and I think Engetta is going to have a few words to say about it. Back to you guys.
Well, a few cars coming to pit road. Looks like the 34 of Arena's coming in, the 23. I mean, we've run about, what, like 10 laps on this set of tires?
Yeah, about 10 laps, but that's half the stint, you know.
That's half a run, so I'm wondering if these cars that are staying out are just trying to keep to that predefined strategy, or
I think that the guys that stayed out will bet on the tires having one heat cycle already through.
yeah.
But the guys that pit right now will have fresher tires come the end of the race.
These cars will have
be,
fresh tires.
Yeah, but they might be in need of a caution to make that work.
Looks like the 71 of Abby Little has retired from the race.
The won the race out of pit road.
Yeah, the 8 got out of pit road first. "31 fell a lap down on that last yellow, but she was able to get the free pass this time, get back on the lead lap.
So we'll be going green this time by, correct?
Yeah, we should be going green this time by unless the pace car decides not to pull off again. A lot of mechanical issues, though. I mean, I guess it wasn't something we entirely expected, but to be fair, this is a track that's known for its endurance races. This is one of the long races. This is one of the 2 longer road course races. It's 500 kilometers instead of 400. I mean, did you expect this kind of attrition mechanically?
Well, I wouldn't expect the engines to fail. I would expect, suspensions to crumble, brake pads to just overheat. But engines, I think that's either got unlucky and got some debris on your grill, or you just over revving the engine a bit too much. I wouldn't expect engines to fail like that here.
I mean, yeah, if you're Nietzsche Garnston right now, I mean, I guess you'd be worried, but like, looking at pretty much all of the top 4, well, let's see, Garnston, her teammate Tolerant's out of the race. Yannika's teammate Enjetta's out of the race. Handstrom's teammate Ajar Siraj is very is off the pace with her engine issue. And Vancy's teammate of Abby Little is just out of the race. I think that was accident related, but
And Vancy's got more damage to her car.
and she's got
It's
quite a bit of
pretty
damage,
warm.
but I mean, she's doing fine for where she is right now. Currently 4th. And she held her own
Yeah.
on that restart.
Yeah, I think she can salvage a good finish here. But she's on a different strategy, so I'm not really sure about that.
So yeah, we'll be going green this next lap. We're going green this time by. I mean, these pace laps are so long here. They run about. It takes almost 6 minutes to get around this track, and they're pacing.
Yeah, it's a pretty really long lap to go at this speed. Or
That's
not
why
even
we're trying to
halfway
run
through the
these
race.
cautions very short at just 2 laps.
Yeah, we're gonna be halfway. The good point is we'll be reaching halfway in a little bit.
All right, pace car's off. Here we go. Back to green flag racing. And Handstrom,
Aggressive moves already.
to the 19, goes to the inside for second. Look at the 72 of Parkings with a big move.
She had a great restart. She was being really aggressive, and she's gonna be even more aggressive now.
Still side by side between Handstrom and Yanaga for the second position.
Someone's gotta give down for the cutting. It's gonna be Yanaga who's gonna give.
Ooh, I don't know. She fought back.
Yeah,
Now
Yanaga's
she
gonna
gives
give.
it.
And a 72.
72 is going to try to take advantage.
And
Very late move by Parkings, but
now for Solon, will she go for it? She will.
Yanaga has to go wide. Ooh, Vebel's in the wall. He got really shoved out of line. And Yanaga
Yeah.
in the 46 just losing a lot of spots here.
Yeah. What an amazing restart, but by the 72. Which was back in the top 10.
You know who? Yeah,
Yeah.
the 42 is back up here again. I'd be curious about these cars that took tires on this last run. Like, how are they going to try to run this? You're
I
looking at
think
3
that-
wide right here.
Yeah, I think the strategy for these guys will be do the same 20 laps, and then push the final 10 laps. As a 42 makes a move around the outside.
Gennaro trying to go around the outside of Yanniga here.
Gonna be able to. Yanniga's gonna get a better exit of Murray's corner.
93 came to
it's
her.
almost
It looks
gone.
like somebody spun back here. I believe it was
It
the
was a 6.
6. Yep, the 6
Yeah.
of McJasmina. The 98 of, the 52. And the 98 made some
Oh.
contact with her.
Yeah.
Oh, 52
Oh.
with issues. That's an engine problem for Rachel Cole. And that's going up the hill. I'm not sure she's even going to make it back.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna make it back. We might have it under caution. And that's not good. For the ones who pitted now. Hit it on the last caution. Pretty slow.
I mean, the engine's still running, but so I think she'll probably be able to drive it around, but
Yeah.
really just a
42.
tough break for Rachel Cole in the 52.
It's another Honda engine gone.
Yeah,
But
been a lot of reliability problems. Especially for Honda, we've seen the 62, the 15, and the and now the 52 out of the race.
yeah.
And those are all 3 different teams, so
Yeah, it might be a general issue. With just one team. As I see the 46 picking up.
46 was
Should
looking
back
on the 21, but couldn't make it stick through the chase. 19 of Handstrom is really closing up on Garnston.
Yeah, we talked about it early in the race. 19 was the car to look at. He's really, really close.
I will say as well, Janet Parkings has looked very strong. I mean, Parkings is a modified driver, so this kind of stuff is pretty foreign to her. I mean, you don't really see modifieds running road courses, but Parking's running pretty good.
Yeah, I think the guys with the modifieds have a bit of familiarity with, a higher downforce package. So I think that's what's giving her the edge a bit.
Gennaro got passed by Nihale, so the 64 is up to 7th. But right now it's the driver from Washington, Nietzsche Garnston, who's led pretty much most of this race. But how long will she keep that lead? Because there's 2 cars that are very hungry right behind her. And Arlen Handstrom, the Norwegian driver, and the 72 Janet Parkings, the modified driver from Massachusetts.
So far, I saw proof of smoke from the 72.
There's the 60 of AWSCO.
Yeah.
Ooh, 64 is
64.
wide. Here comes the 42, is going to try to get around.
Yeah, that's
She
like
actually ran a
retest.
little wide exiting the chase there, so.
Oh, 3 a bit wide.
As well, I want to point out to Gabby Abriella in the 20 car. She's actually up here running pretty solidly. She's been making up some positions. I mean, most of
Yeah,
this race, it's been kind of the top three that's kind of broken away, but
Oh, was the top? I mean, for the early part of the race was the top three, and then the 27th just took the lead and never looked back.
Eddie, what do you have
Yeah.
on the 52?
Oh, it's just watching 52 of Rachel Cole getting repaired and sent back out onto the track. Actually, never mind. Valve issue. Just learning now, valve issue actually might have just ended her race. Guess they just had to pull it in just by trying to fix it. However, I also heard over the radio from Johnny McJasmina, who we saw get turned by Rachel Cole not too long before her unfortunate engine failure. Sounded like something may have been mumbled across the radio that sounded like the word karma after she learned of Rachel Cole slowing down due to the engine failure. Don't try and get a scoop on that later in the garage, but at least for the 6 car, she's on track, while the 52 is not. Back to you guys.
Oh, I guess
42 fighting with the 3 of Barino. I mean, yeah, if I'm McJasmine, I'm not happy about that incident. So
Yeah, the 42 is fading now. Fading a bit.
just trying to hold on the outside here.
Yeah, the 52's valves didn't have a good half-life.
Didn't even last half the race. 18, Alacantes is on pit road. There's Cynthia Rariston in the 32. Trying to get by the 8 of Laurie Schlissenbach. That's actually not for position. The 32 is a lap down at the moment. 42 is still fighting with the 3 here.
If she's giving her all Maker's just giving all she's got.
These two have been side by side for like almost half the track.
Yeah, I mean, Maker's is a little bit more familiar with race format, you know, for the stock car, Brazilian stock car series. You know, running shorter races in a short span of time. He's quite familiar with sprinting, not with, you know, tire conserving equipment. But she's doing a pretty good job so far.
Barino finally gets that spot. I mean, these two right behind the 27, I mean, they are right there.
They're not attacking.
No, they're not attacking right now.
Yeah, 19 was a little bit too far coming to force double. But enough to get a draft. The 72 might.
I'm just trying to look and see who pitted on that last yellow. It's an interesting thing to note, but the 55 of Bria Delade had issues earlier. I'm not sure what happened to her exactly, but she managed to stay on the lead lap, and she's actually in 19th position right now, so... 99, Marisha Vebelst is coming to pit road. There's a 96 of Brugatino. See another car on pit road. Is that the 1? That is the 1 of Alicia Vancy that's just come to pit road, yep. From the 4th position, so... Yanaga got a round 1 Dio, so the 46 now back up into... is going to be scored 4th again.
Yeah, I think the 99 is only one more stop to go. Stop now, pit now halfway, go to left 60, pit left 60, go all the way to 281. I think that's the strategy. 72 lost a bit of contact with the 19.
Yeah, that Team Fervent Toyota for Janet Parkins just kind of riding right now, I think. I'm not 100% sure on the strategy there, but could obviously always send a pit reporter down. In the meantime, I mean, this is it's been a pretty, it's Garnston's led most of this race, but it's not like she's been that far out front this whole time. 19's been especially kept pace with her on this run.
I think he's managing her pace, saving up equipment. The final thought is to, you know, just have a good in lap. 19's pretty close now. The 72 goes wide. The 19 can try something out here.
I'll see if she does, but I don't think she will.
Yeah, not a good exit.
Didn't have a very good exit. Nihale and Wandayo were in. Looks like Gabriella's trying to get by Gennaro.
Yeah. That was a lot of dust out of the chase.
Yeah, I think some cars just went wide. Lap 41. We're at 41 laps to go. So at the completion of this lap, it'll be halfway. I mean, with the way this race is played out, I think that the way that this one's going to finish, it's going to depend on how the cautions fall, and it's going to depend on who has that right strategy.
100%. The 19's being pretty close now. I think the 27 isn't really pushing that much.
I think the 27's a little better in these tech sections, but down the straightaways, the 19 and 72 really pull in.
Yeah, but I think the 19 hit under the other caution, or
I don't remember.
Alright. Yeah, the 19 is really, really struggling down the hill, a lot of technical sections. Also, a lot of contact with the 27 and the 72 is catching up. So 19 wide. It's gonna open it up for the 72.
72 thought about it. Oh, they're both coming to pit road now, actually.
Oh,
okay.
they're pitting now.
Both of these cars coming to pit road, so Garnston's going to stay out there another lap. And Garnston will take the crossed flags, so that is halfway. Gennaro, Gabriella, Ku are all in.
Yeah, all of them are on the 2020.
They're on the they're gonna one stop at about lap 60, I believe.
Yeah, about like 64, I believe. Would be the pit window.
There's the pole sitter, Periella Contes. Just not been a particularly great race for her. I mean, about the only benefit for her is that she won the pole.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's just it.
So where's the 27? Still up through Skyline here.
The 27 crew is just saying no pressure now.
Yeah, there's nobody anywhere close to her. The next car is the 46, who is 8 seconds back at the line. Russia, you got a report on the 19 of Arlen Handstrom. She just came to pit road.
Yep, that was just a pretty standard call to try to get the undercut working for the 19 of Arlen Handstrom there. Team was talking about finding ways to pass the 27 on track, but the opportunity just didn't seem to come out. So they decided to call the car in, get some fresh tires and fuel it up, and well, we'll see what the strategy is going to look like here, as that's probably going to force the 27 to respond pretty soon.
27 stays out here.
And 27's been really conserving. Really conserving. Really. They've been quiet over the radio, too.
Yep. Well,
That's a pretty cold drive.
42 laps are complete in this one, so we're gonna send you to the FanDuel fan studio for a bit here, for our FanDuel mid-race report and our FanDuel favorites for the end of this race. Rasha, Eddie, you guys got any general thoughts about this one?
Hi, hello, welcome to the FanDuel fan studio for our halftime report. Yeah, I mean this race it's very much been a race of attrition with regards to reliability. I mean, these cars have seemingly been having a lot of engine problems, which I mean, not particularly surprised given how much top speed matters at the straightaways going up and down the hill are. So I wouldn't be particularly surprised to see that some of these teams try to tune up the engines just to get that little extra advantage, because there's not many other passing opportunities at this track otherwise. I mean, both me and Eddie have been going up and down pit road asking teams about those about engine problems and the concerns they have about it. Do you have anything to add on that, Eddie?
I mean, you summed it up perfectly, Rocker. This is just a race where everyone is doing anything they can to ensure, after all the things we've seen, that they aren't the next car to blow their engine and either cause a caution or generally just have to get towed back to pit road. Everyone's scrambling for, like, it's gonna come down to, like, the thinnest of margins, because that's really what can blow an engine in AWSCO, and that's gonna be what it has to be. Just keeping everything as balanced as you can in the hopes that you can have your car on track at the final lap and maybe, just maybe, be able to pull out a really good finish. I mean, that's what we've seen. We can see from here, Garnstone's coming down to the pit road.
Yep, I think they're finally making the call to come in. That'll be responding to the 19 coming in. I'll be responding to the 19 coming in a couple of laps ago. But yeah,
Definitely.
I mean, another thing I want to mention is that, of course, Bathurst is a very historic track. A lot of history with the Bathurst 1000 and more recently the Bathurst 12 Hours. You know, there's a lot of talk about Chevy and Ford, well, GM and Ford really, and how much success they've had here. And as for the Japanese manufacturers, there really hasn't been, they don't have that much history at this track unless you're named Nissan, and, well, they're not in this series. But yeah, there's definitely been I talked to officials from both the Honda and Toyota camps, and yeah, there's a lot of energy going on about both sides, kind of trying to take home some extra bragging rights, being able to beat the two more historic brands at this track. And even Mercedes, who don't exactly have history at the 1000, have had some pretty decent success in the GT race, in the 12-hour race. So, both of those Japanese manufacturers looking to make some history of their own here at Bathurst.
Yep. And it's even funnier looking at, like, the FanDuel favorites for this race, because, I mean, the two names that have stuck out are Toyota driver Yenta Yanaga, driving the 46 from Southwest. Of course, the driver who's been leading most of this race, a Honda car, Nishi Garstone, 27 for Royal Racing. There's been like a revolving door in the top 5, especially with all the cars blowing up. But right now, I mean, even Arlen Handstrom hasn't been up here for too long, even though she's trying to catch Nishi Garstone. But those two have been up here the entire time, and yeah, no, I would not be surprised if we're talking about FanDuel favorites, to see a driver from the Honda or Toyota camp take the win today, because they have just been on fire, those two cars. And even if those two cars blow up, There's always a plan B. And I think we can sort of see that back in the field. Andrea Davidson. No, it's not Davidson. Yeah, 23.
That's
Oh, that's
Malakson.
Yappy.
Yeah,
Yappy
that's the
Malik
hometown driver.
for
That's the
Chevrolet.
yeah, that's the local driver there.
Sorry. I knew a red racing driver was in the top 10. Not a surprise for the hometown driver. She might be the dark horse, I think, if we're talking about bets. If you want to put him in now or before everything ends. But yeah, no, I have to imagine that with the way these cars have been running, if a Toyota or a Honda doesn't finish in victory lane today, I'd be a mighty surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about those two cars being on fire. That's proverbial. I don't think those teams want to have a fire in their engine bays anytime soon. As you see, Garnstone was able to hold the lead off from Hanstrom there. They've maintained the lead. But yeah, I mean, in terms of my pick, I think it'll probably have to go with the 27 of Michi Garnstone. They've been excellent all race, and that car has just been on it in terms of pace. We'll see how the strategy lines up. There's still, I think, at least one more stop, maybe a second one if cautions come out at the right time. But I think the 27 definitely has the pace to contend and to lead. And hoping that car is going to be right there up with the battle for the lead at the end there.
Definitely. Yeah, no, this race is gonna come down to a lot. I think a lot of luck. You've said perfectly so many times, Rasha, that this track, not a lot of passing areas. We've seen that with how Garnstone has been able to just dominate most of the lead, and he hasn't. Obviously he's in the leader right now. That's currently going to the 60. I forget what team. Maury
That's
Westco.
the golf car. That's the golf car.
Which, hey, look, a Chevrolet driver finally led a lap. If only they could lead the final one of these races. But at the same time, like, Anthony Rubatino also top two. I guess I should point that out. But yeah, when you're looking at just how this is gonna go, it's really interesting. It's really interesting because it might literally come down to which driver hasn't blown an engine by the time the 81st lap hits, and which driver has therefore, just managed to keep it as there's Yappy Malik going to the pits now.
No, that's Davison. That's a
Wait, that's Davison. I am not been able to get these red racing drivers correct this entire night.
I mean, their cars are red. They are they look pretty similar, but yeah, different shades.
That's what I get for having a 21, 22, and a 23, and not being able to differentiate between them for some reason. But yeah, no, this has been a race of all time. That's about all I can say, and I don't think I know enough to elaborate further.
I mean, yeah, I mentioned in the pre-show that this is definitely an endurance and not a sprint, and it's definitely shown. They've had the attrition of an endurance race, all right. Cars are falling off left and right. And yeah, I think we're getting the call here. We're trying to make our FanDuel fan picks here. I mentioned before the 27 was running very strong, but I honestly might go with the car that's running behind, Arlen Henstrom, number 19 car. That's a car right there that's been looking really strong. I think they're faster than the 27, but it's really just going to come down to strategy. I think they're going to have to make the undercut work a little bit better. They came close last time. But Garnstone, the 2017, were just able to come out right in front of her, and while the 19's back in that exact same position again. But I think they'll have at least one more chance to make up for that. How about you, Eddie?
As much as I have been mean to the Chevrolet drivers today, I think it is Yappy Malik's time. I think if there was ever a race after what happened at Calder Park, if there's ever a race he needs to win, there's ever a race someone would want to win, I do think that no matter how the red racing drivers have done, no matter how unfortunate Chevrolet's luck has been these past 2 weeks, this is the race where she needs to get it done. I don't know how she's going to get it done, but if I had to actually put money on this, I would say Yappy Malikson is going to figure out how to keep this car in good working order, and may have a shot to be maybe the one person who can outdrive Nietzsche Garstone on this track. So yeah, that's my pick.
Yeah, when there's a will, there's a way sometimes. We're getting... Oh, that's another engine problem, I think. I see smoke coming out of a car.
No, look out. as soon as that was almost a race
That's,
curse. That was scary.
I think that's smoke coming out of the 17 car for Jared Reister. We're gonna have to come back down on pit road soon to figure out what's going on over there. But we'll hand it over. We'll hand it over back to the booth as Echo and Emmy will make their own race picks. Over there, you right there, Echo? Good.
Emmy, who do you got as your pick to win this race?
My pick's been obviously been back in her all day long since she made it back to the front. Goes in 19. My Hamstrom, she's got a lot of pace in that Mustang, and I think it would be really, really big for Ford to sweep the Australia round.
Well, I think that gives me the easy pick then. I'm taking the 27, Nietzsche Garnston. Led all day. She's been fast. Even when she hasn't been the fastest car, she's been able to hold everyone behind her. So I think I think Garnston's going to get this one. I think she's going to pull this one off and make everyone look silly. And that's your FanDuel fan picks. As we are 46 laps complete from Bathurst. We saw the pit cycle proceed there. AWSCO is now out in front with Angeli Rugatino in the second position right behind her. But these cars off on strategy. What do you think these cars have to do? What do you think these cars have to do to try and beat those cars that are on the 20 lap strategy?
I think these guys have to really. I think they have to conserve actually. You know, they pitted in between the stints of the 20 guys, so I think they're like have a free. There were kind of 30 laps to go. So I think they would need to conserve a lot more, and help precautions, because I don't think there's a way to get it back. As 19 is in the back of the 27.
And I think these cars, the way they're gonna get out front is I think the way they get out front is they get a caution that's timed right at the cars that are on this 20 lap strategy, they pit, then these cars get a caution just before they come to pit road.
Yeah, I think they'll be the way.
And then everyone will come in because that will be where because they'll for sure be able to make it. They'll be able to make it on field from that point. Uh-oh, 46. 46 has an issue. And Yunfi Yanaga, well off the pace. And for a car that looked competitive earlier, more mechanical problems for Southwest Racing.
That's disastrous for Southwest Racing. Their two best cars are now just both with issues. We had a Yeta early in the race with the engine failure, and now Yanaga with some sort of issue. I can only hope that Baker doesn't have any issues.
Here we got to move for the lead. 96 to the inside on the 60 through the chase.
Oh, 96 gonna hold on to the outside. Gonna have the inside. Might work.
60 car fights back, but 96 had a much better exit off Murray's corner, and Rugatino will now take the lead.
Yeah. That was a great move by Rugatino.
Great move by the 96 car to take the lead away. Russia, what do you got down there on pit road?
Yep. We mentioned in the mid-race report that mid-race report, we saw the 17 car blowing up right as they entered into pit lane, and yeah, that was a camshaft issue apparently on that car, and yeah, that's another pretty tough break for the 17. I don't think that team has had much luck to start the season. So yeah, that'll be another setback for the Ozark Motorsports driver, and yeah, that's yet another engine problem in this race that has been peppered with engine failures throughout. And I think Eddie will be reporting on a different problem on another car coming up pretty soon. So look out for that.
Yeah, the 46 still very slow, but looks like she's just kind of limping around the track, but she'll be able to make it to the pit road here.
She'll be able to make it back.
So 17 seconds is the gap between the 96 and the 27. And my curiosity is pretty much taking me to the place of how long are these cars going to try to stay out on these tires?
Well, under case as long as possible. They're hoping for a caution, and if that caution doesn't come out, then they'll have to pit. They'll be like on the verge of just like having no tires at all before pitting, you know, just to see if they can get a caution. I think the 96 is the best one in position right now to make it to.
She actually gained time on the 27 and 19 that last lap.
Yeah.
NordVPN fastest lap still belongs to Harita with that lap she turned earlier in the race, but
That was a blistering fast lap.
I'm very
by
curious
Harita.
as to where it'll cycle out.
19 still pushing.
19's
putting
still
pressure
all
on
over
the
the 27
27
here.
27 went a bit wide of the cutting. Now for Repark doesn't give up. For Hangstrom.
And I think they've had that I think they've just been kind of, I think they might have improved the handle on the 19. Eddie, you got any report on the 46 of Yanaga?
Well, as we've seen, Yanniga is back on the track. It looks like what happened was just simply, well, exactly what we've been seeing in an endurance game. Part wore out, and they were able to get into the engine and fix it. That's why she was able to limp it around. Just a little part of the engine, not something that would cause an immediate shutdown, but you know, everything worked out. She's got back on the track. I did not check to see if she had gotten tires or gas. They may have just wanted to work on the part and then get that car back out there. But, you know, we've been talking about it all race. It's an endurance, and at least, you know, you're back on the track instead of a lot of other drivers who have been completely, well, their cars have been rendered incapacitated by effect. Good for Southwest, who has now seen a car get spun, and I believe that's 2 cars blow up, that at least someone's on the lead lap. I think John Harrow is still on track. I'm gonna need to check, though. Yep.
Yeah, the 42
She's
still
had
on
her own
track.
fair amount of issues today, so...
She's had her own
you
fair
know,
amount of issues, but over this last pit cycle, I mean, Gennaro recovered quite a bit. She came into pit road this last time with some of these other cars, but right now she's on the edge of the top 10. So, and whoa,
here it comes.
The 34 and the 64. I mean, the 96 Rigatina still out front, but on a bit of an on the alternate strategy at the moment.
I think that alt strategy could work if they get a really, really good time caution.
Yeah, she needs to get that pot. She needs to get a really well-timed yellow if she wants it to work, which
Would be right about like in 10 laps, maybe.
yeah. For the 96 right now, I mean,
it would be.
if you're the 96 right now, I think you're trying to run this as long as you can. Just try to maybe try and trim off one of those stops. 60 car of AWSCO is on pit road.
Oh yeah, that's their window. I got in place now. They're pitting on this window, lap 51 to 54. They're gonna have the the final 10 laps to just make it.
Yeah.
To be aggressive.
There's the 98 of AWSCO, who has that kind of engine problems. Not particularly fast on acceleration, but I mean, the key for AWSCO here is still just stay out there. Try and get some points.
Yeah, hope for us to have issues. Get as many points as you can. It is many points as you can.
This is a very difficult place for Rigatina to have caught her.
Yeah, that's not a good place. Rigatina's gonna lose him some time, yeah. But honestly, you can't really pass now there. So might as well just wait for Conrad. And that's what you'll do. Wait for Conrad. Oh, got a bad exit.
Bad exit, but the 98 is well off on pace, so the 96 will.
Yeah, very smart by the 96. Very smart. Very mature car.
That means the 27 of Garnston is in second now. The 19 is third. These cars will also have to get by the 98.
Yep. 96 might be pitting next lap.
No, she's staying out. She's staying out here.
Yeah.
So.
19's lost a little bit of pace compared to the 27.
Yeah, but she is still holding with. I think the other car that's on this alt strategy, the 93 of Tosima, is also on this alternate strategy, and she's up in 5th spot right now. I believe the 34 is on this alternate strategy now.
I think the 72 is also on the alt
46 is
strategy.
coming to pit road again. So clearly there's some more underlying issues with that car.
42 is a bit of ground.
38 car gets by to get into the top 10.
Oh, out for lead again. Virtual.
Well, yeah,
lead.
net lead.
Yeah, this 27 is just really good at the top of the mountain and coming to first level. Look how much time they gain. It's just unbelievable.
I mean, Handstrom's just kind of been hurt by getting through the mountain. Just can't. I think Handstrom gets that momentum. She gets enough momentum to get to the 27, but by the time she's there, they get back up into the mountain section again, and she loses all that ground again.
Yeah.
Like you'll see here
So,
that the 19 gets a great run. She gets a big draft down the Conrad Straight. She'll close in, and by the time she's caught up to the 27, it's the end of the mountain straight again.
yeah,
96 still out there.
Yeah. So for the record books, the last time a Japanese manufacturer won at Bathurst was at the 1992 Bathurst 1000 with Jim Richards and Max Pate driving the number 1 Nissan Skyline GTR, the OG Godzilla.
You might see one win again today because we've got both Hondas and Toyotas that have been very fast in this one.
Yep.
But I mean, the story of the day's been attrition. I mean, we've seen about 10 or so cars have some kind of mechanical issue. We have 8 cars out of the race, and only 2 of those are for accident-related reasons. 6 cars have retired for mechanical, some kind of mechanical issue.
We had 2 tire failures.
We have multiple drivers with tire failures. I mean, if you're one of these cars that's on this alternate strategy, like the 93 of Tosima, see, you've run about 20. They pitted about lap 30, 34, 35, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
You're gonna try to stretch it for all it's worth here, I think.
Yeah, you're gonna try to stretch it out and hope for a caution maybe late in the race, so you can stay out, cycle back to the front, and have the track position. I think that's the A game now. 96 staying out again.
Yep.
Yeah.
96 continues to stay on the racetrack.
And I think the 19 lost a lot of ground to the 27. Oh no. Just a little confusion.
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah, but she's getting a great run out of Murray's corner, the final corner.
I think Handstrom's best shot to get by is going to be when they catch up to the 98, because if they catch the 98 in the mountain section, that'll probably hold up the 27.
Yeah. Oh, at the mountain section, yeah, just hope they didn't. Yeah, they're catching up to the 97. They gotta catch them at the top of the mountain. 27 might lose ground.
Yeah, this is going to be Handstrom's best shot, is to try and use that 98 as a pick.
Yeah, that's her shot now. Really like the 27 line with the cutting, a wide line, wider line than the 19, getting the momentum. And I think it's a very good line. Yeah, the 27's picking up to the 98.
She's got there.
Oh, she's gotta send it.
She tried
no.
looking outside into the S's,
Yeah.
but decided against it. A little wide.
Yeah. Gotta remember, 98 is teammate with 19.
That is true. Those are a couple teammates, so.
I think this will be.
This could be where it happens.
Might be where it happens. Oh no. Yeah.
19 went to push the 98. Now the 19 goes 3 wide to the inside.
Yeah, that was a shot.
I think she wanted to dive
was
at 3 wide, but the 98 just didn't give her the room. 96 is on pit road. So in lap 55,
Finally.
they're going to have to try and make it 25 laps, and I just don't see that happening.
Well, they made it a bit hard now. I think they can make 24 laps. Not 25. Might be a bit too far.
I think
though.
that's pushing it, because we've only really seen them go at max like 21 or 22 laps on fuel.
Yeah.
93 of Tosima is staying out here though. She's trying to run this long. She's trying to run this as long as she can.
Yeah, she's hoping for that caution to come.
Here's where Rigatino's gonna cycle out. Gonna cycle out behind the 13. I think she'll cycle out in about 11th.
About that, yeah.
This is now the battle
Yeah.
for the lead. Here's the 19 all on the 27 here. Third place, the 93 of Irenia Tosima. Fourth place is the 3 of Mimi Barino, although the 93 is still yet to make her stop. I believe the 34 is also on the same strategy, although I could be wrong about that. New NordVPN fastest lap currently belongs to the 55, Bria Delade. She's taking it away. 2:13.039. Currently running in the 21st position.
Yeah, I just don't see the 19 getting the 27, catching the 27. They might try the undercut or an overcut. I don't think the 19 can pass the 27 on track.
Now we'll see. We'll see what happens. Tosum is continuing to stay out, so
Yeah.
34 is
that's
coming to
risky.
pit road.
That's pretty risky.
I mean, the
I think they're
93,
trying-
I think what she's trying to do is just try to run this
It's
as
left
long as she
60.
can.
Yeah. I think she's trying to get to left. I think left 59 might be the one.
Well, so she's at 35. She's at what? They pitted at 35. If she pits here, that would be about 22 laps, 23 or 22 laps. That would be very, very close, but I think she'd still be short.
I have a little saved. I think she can make it. I think she will be able to make it.
She's gonna have to save, but the main question is that saving, is the amount of fuel that she has to save.
She may be running on fumes right now, but
Yeah. I mean, the main question I have is, with the amount of fuel that she would have to save, would she lose so much time that it wouldn't even be worth it?
I think she can do the saving maybe later to ascent. Just like keep managing like downhill. 'Cause there's a good bunch of the track that is downhill. I think she can manage
Yeah.
there.
I mean, the Mercedes aren't exactly known for getting the best fuel mileage. We saw Carly Byrne run out of fuel at Calder Park last week, and she was actually the only one who failed to make it to the end on fuel. 34 is still in her pit stall. I'm not sure why.
Because it ain't free.
93's
Sydney
in.
this lap. Yeah, I think they'll try to pull off the
She's gonna get to
the
57.
miracle.
I think they might try and run the whole thing.
I think they will run the whole thing. We're getting
Well, a
to
very
the
unique call for the 93 team coming down pit road.
Yeah. 94's been on pit road for a while.
I'm not sure what's up there. There's
Oh,
a 72 trying to pass
okay,
with
that's a lot.
Dressage.
That was for position. Oh, the 90 sliding there.
I'm not sure what 34 and 93 what's up there, but those two are they're not moving on pit road, and there's no action there. So I'm not sure if they maybe had a issue in their pit stall or something, but. We'll see.
Yep.
Garnston out front, Hanstrom in second, Reno, Nihale, Parkings, Wandayo, Koo, Gennaro, Waterton. That's
It's your top 10.
and
Oh, someone's
Rugatino
up.
is the other car in the top 10. 32 ran wide there. .32 is multiple laps down, I believe. Or she's one lap down, but she's actually passing the 98 for the free pass position right now.
Yeah. Oh, 93 still on pit road.
93 and 34 both still on the road with no real action going on there.
Yeah, I think something.
I think
Yeah,
something
I think
happened
something
there,
happened.
yeah. They must have had an issue getting into their stall.
Yeah, I think that's just not right.
Hasn't exactly fallen off the 27 here.
Yeah, it's just that the 19 just doesn't have it. They just don't have it up top, at the top of the hill.
Angeli Rugatino. The 96s look pretty fast. She's caught up to the 13, and I think she's looking to try and get by for the 9th position there. But it is a very interesting strategy, kind of split strategy here between the field as we're in this kind of final stint. Well, not final stint, but
We're coming to the home stretch.
yeah, we're coming into the final stint.
Yeah.
.34 finally getting service.
Yeah, I ain't free not getting any service at all. 38 coming down pit road now.
38 of Koo.
It's 20 lap strategies up. Pit windows open.
Yep, that pit window is up now.
Lap car ahead.
That's the 2 of Javida. That's another Honda, so
Yeah, I don't think it will be don't think they'll be too hard on the 27. It surely will hold the 19 up. Maybe some interesting tactics.
I mean, these 2 aren't teammates. The 2 is a North Star Motorsports car. But she's pretty well off the pace here.
Yeah, I think. Oh,
27 could not get by there, though. That's going to help the 19 close in here.
yeah. There's no manufacturer play here.
Whoa, 27 wide.
Oh, 27 made a mistake. It's gonna be it for the 19.
Here comes Handstrom. This is her chance.
Come on, Hanstrom. And it's gonna be the same again. No! There it goes. There's a chance.
She's got to run. Trying to get the
There's
draft
one
down the
coming.
Conrad straight.
There's the run.
And she's not going to go for it here.
Yeah. Not gonna be enough.
I think she could have
she's
gone
gonna
for
be-
it, but I think she thought better of it. And she decided to stay back a little bit.
Yeah, back out of it. Not worth it.
.34 is now 2 laps down, I believe. Sorry, 3 laps down. One car got the grass there. Yeah, the 34 and 93 both had issues with getting into their pit stall, so 42 on pit road. 93 finally pulling out. Looks like the 3's coming in. That's Mimi Barino.
Yes.
.42. Let's see, the 1 and the 99 have come in.
Yep.
There's Pole Sitter Perry Alicantes running 26th at the moment. I mean, again, not been a great day for her.
I think she had some. Yeah, she had some issues.
She had a
few days
yeah, she
ago.
had an issue, and ever since then it just hasn't gone her way.
Yeah, I think she dropped the cylinder or something. The cylinder, really.
One of the 99 come out of pit road clean here. Yeah, the 18 will be the
pretty
next
close.
lap car. I mean, the 19 stayed close to the 27, but I mean, at this point, this is going to be the last stop. You're going to be good on fuel from here. With how far we've been able to see these cars go,
Yeah, I think they're. Yeah, if I'm the 19 crew, I'm thinking about strategy.
yeah, if you're the 19, you want to beat the 27 on strategy. Honestly, if I'm the 19, I think I might want to try the overcut here.
Yeah,
Like, the tires haven't been exactly a sticking point.
yeah, but the undercut could also work because the 27 wouldn't have time to react because of how close the 19 is.
I think 6 is trying to get around the 13 here. That would be for what is currently the 8th position, but the 96 is is obviously on that alternate strategy. Actually, 6 now. The 64 Nihil has come to pit road, so is the 21 of Wandayo. And I mean, for these cars that are at front, I mean, Garnston has not had a great start to the season. 27th in points coming in. She had an 11th place finish at Calder Park, but
Yeah,
that's been about it. And for Arlen Handstrom, she's had a great start to the season. She's tied for 7th points, had a top 10 at Daytona, finished 19th at Calder Park.
And she's looking to get her first win of the season.
Yep. She's going to have to go through that 27.
It's gonna be either on strategy or just brute force, I guess.
Yeah.
Something that
I mean, again, the
19
19 just needs to stay with the 27 coming out down onto this straightaway. Or really on the pit straight and down the mountain straight. Because
yeah, it's the strongest point.
this is the strongest point for Handstrom so far. This is where she's been able to make her moves.
Yeah.
Nineteen's coming in, trying the
And
undercut
he's coming
again.
in. Yeah.
Third place now belongs to the 72, Janet Parkins. Fourth is the 96. 13 is fifth, the 8 is sixth, the 22 is seventh, the 60 is eighth, the 31 is ninth, and the 55 is in 10th. Okay, the 72 actually just pitted, so now the 96 will cycle too.
Pretty quick service on a 19. Got 72, just got it away. Slow stop. It was a fast stop by the crew, but just a slow stop because of
Slow exit, yeah.
yeah.
So if you're Garnston, I mean, you're trying to make all you can on this lap, but I think if you're Handstrom as well, what you're trying to do now on that 19 car, try and make as much as you can with
Of the
these
new
cold tires.
Yeah. If he needs
As I
to
think
make
she's
us-
been faster pace-wise than the 27.
if he needs to pick it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
top of the hill right now. With traffic ahead.
I mean, here's where the 19 is.
Oh, there's a little traffic.
Little traffic,
really-
but she's mostly but she's in mostly clean air.
Yeah. Something the 82 doesn't pressure that much. And is that Yappy behind 82?
Yeah, that is Malikson.
That's
Behind the
Malikson.
82, yep. That's Yappy Malikson. 27 staying out another lap.
97 probably trying quality laps. To neutralize the undercut.
96
Stay
having
long
some
seat.
trouble getting through the lap car here of the 2. Visa Javida.
Yeah.
96
I
is now
think-
second on the track, but she's 23 seconds behind.
Yeah. Yeah, the
But
19
Handstrom's still going to be
will-
scored in the top 10.
Yeah, 19 will be
Oh no, she's 11.
30. Be 38.
Well, 9
9
just came to
probably.
pit road, so.
Yeah. Be 37 seconds behind. Probably. Maybe 38.
39.09.
Yeah, maybe that'll be enough. Maybe that'll be enough. To do the undercut.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Garnston's pit stop looks like. This is probably what it's going to come down to Unless the 96 is able to really stretch it. But I don't think the 96 is going to be able to stretch it.
Yeah.
Let me scroll up on this real quick here. Yeah, 23. 23 laps of fuel on the 96.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening. I think
Yeah.
she's just going to be just a little bit short.
Realistically, they can try. But I don't know. Probably not gonna happen.
I mean, they'll definitely try. 27's in.
27 coming in. That's the money stop. What do you want to see?
Let's see where the 19 ends up.
19's
In
down
relation.
Conrad. That's about a 20-second stretch. There it is.
27 going with 1.5 cans. 13 just came to pit road.
You coming in? Where's the 19?
There's the 19.
There's a 19.
Ooh, that's going to be tight.
That'll be close. Yeah, that's
19
close.
might
That's
get
a
it.
19.
Look at this.
19
Here comes the
will.
19. And they're going to be side by side.
Yeah.
But the 19 jumps, I believe. The 19 gets
19
ahead.
jump. Undercut to perfection now.
Just in front. Russia, what's your report on the 27?
Well, that was supposed to just be standard servicing, 4 tires and fuel in the 27. But yeah, that I think they might have just stayed out a couple laps too late there, because the 19 was just able to jump the 27 on pit lane, and right now I'm not sure if the 27 team is set up to be the chaser in this situation. I mean, they've done well in terms of defending, but they're now going to have to attack for the lead now, as we don't think the 96 is going to make it on field. Back to you, Echo.
If you look here, the 19's pit stop 15.25, the 27's was a 16.86, so Garniston with a much slower stop. She's trying to get warmed up on these colder tires.
Yeah, but Armstrong's stuck behind it too. The 27 being pressured by the 82. 27, sorry. Yep,
Arlen Hamstrom, great pit stop there, managed to make the undercut stick.
Yappy now back up to it. 9th, which will be 8th.
23 right behind the 27 here, yeah. She actually got by the 82 down the Conrad straight.
Yeah, the 82 had a really, really poor exit,
Yeah,
but
they're both coming to pit road.
both coming to pit road. And the 2 just cuts off in front of this 27. That's not the first time it happens.
Yeah, that's not helping, and I don't think they're going to be happy over there on that team.
Yeah. I think Honda will be happy.
I don't know. Arlen Hamstrom now the net leader. Still a few cars in front, but
They're yet to pit. There's a different strategy.
yeah, these cars that are still on track right now are on this alternate strategy. And the 26 actually just came in. So it's really the 96, 8, 60, and 55. And I believe the 8 actually just came out of pit road as well. So it's really down to the 96, 60, and 55.
Yeah. They try something. I think they're trying to stretch it as much as they can, but honestly, short pitting now. I think short pitting might be a good idea. Because if you stretch it too long, you're just gonna shoot yourself in the foot.
I think these cars, what they're going to be looking for is a caution. I mean, I think that's what you want at this point. Is you want a caution within the next few laps, because you get the caution too late and you don't have enough time to get through the field. These cars that just pitted aren't going to pit anymore.
Yeah, or you're just gonna... I can save it, you know. Just gonna save, conserve as much as you can. 27 runs wide.
27. I think Garnston's just kind of pushing. I think she's just kind of over pushing herself here. Lost the lead to the 19, trying to get it back, and I think she might have just kind of pushed it a little too much.
Yeah, I think frustration's taking over. She's driven a perfect race so far. She just didn't let it be, you know, over her head.
55's in, so 96 and 60 are the last two left. That have not come down pit road.
Yeah, they're gonna be playing chicken, I guess. Who comes in first? Comes in. Who's willing to come in first? Who's willing to, you know, risk it?
Who's willing to go all the way?
Yeah.
I think Rugatino, she's got an 11-second lead. She's got a 15-second lead on the 19. I mean, I don't know how easy it would be to save 3 laps of fuel. That's saving 12 miles of fuel. I'm not really sure you can save that much, but I think she's gonna try.
Probably, yeah. Might be into something right here.
But I don't see this team being able to make this work. But this might pan out for a top 10, because she was running top 10 before.
Yeah, I think she'll be like coming out in 10, 11th. It'll just go free wide.
There's some casual 3 wide with Barino trying to get around the lap car along with Jocelyn and Nihil, and the 3 car actually makes that stick. So
At a 38, had a look at the 64, thought better of it.
$19 at 15 seconds back, $27 at 19 seconds back. So the gap has increased to about 4 seconds between these two. And I mean, if you're Garnston, you just got to be frustrated. I mean, just a slow stop. That slow stop was just enough to put her behind the 19. I mean, Hanstrom's kind of setting sail now. I think at this point, if you're Garnston, now you switch to wanting a caution, because that's going to be your best chance to get her back.
Yeah, that's going to be the best chance. But yeah, I think Hangstrom was getting held back by Garnston.
I think she was.
Yeah, she just set safe now. That was just perfectly executed by the 19 team.
Yeah. Rugatino's still the leader. And, I mean, we're watching that 96 because, well, she's going to lead quite a few laps here. I mean, I just don't see her pulling this off. Like, she's trying this strategy. It's a very interesting and unique strategy, but I just don't see it happening unless they get a caution, maybe.
Yeah. And like race caution right here could change everything. Still out front. Still out. No signs of pitting.
Yeah, pretty much everybody has made their final stop.
Yep. Everybody's pretty stretched out. This is battle for fifth. Is interesting. But that virtually will be fourth.
Yeah. Well, this is 6th right now, but it's Nihil against Youngwei Ku. Looks like the 20 car, or that's the 60 of AWSCO now on pit road. So
Yeah,
she's given in. Although she wasn't she pitted way early on the previous run anyways.
Yep. And 96 still with the 15-second lead.
96, I think, is just going to try to run it for all she can here.
Yeah. 19 was catching up to the 60 as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the 60's time is also kind of shoveled because she was on pit road when she crossed the line.
Oh yeah. But still, the 96 has, you know, older tires. I think the 19 would be catching it high lap. Probably lap 78.
This were a 400-kilometer race, like most of the other road course races are. This one would have been this would have ended at lap 65, but it's a 500K.
Yep.
So it's 81 laps, and
For the rows wide. Can open the door for Mika. Mika probably made a mistake too.
yeah, I think she just kind of hung back. I mean, still great recovery for Gennaro to be able to get up to a top 10 again after her issue earlier. Like,
Yeah.
you really gotta give her credit.
Yeah, that's just never giving up. Yep, now 15.3.
3.3 and 19.3, so it's about 4 seconds between these two.
Yeah.
It's really gonna come down to, does the 96 try and stay out?
Yeah,
Russia,
that's
what do
pretty
you
much-
got on the 42?
Well, for the 42 team and Southwest Racing in general right now, it's just points, points, points. 42 is, of course, sitting way down in points. Let me double check where they are. They're currently sitting 32nd in points. That 42 team really hasn't had the best of luck, especially getting involved early on in an incident at Calder Park. And yeah, with the rest of Southwest really struggling, that 42 team has basically held the torch for that racing organization. And right now, they're just trying to maximize the points payout, the number of points they can gain here. Maybe try to get a couple positions here, as you see the 42 racing the 64 and 38s. But yeah, climbing up as many positions in the standings is their goal here. Back to you.
Ku got side by side with Nihil up there, but Ku let off and let the 64 have it for a bit. 96 catching some cars that are,
Lapping out.
yeah, these cars that would be lapped down, but on pace will probably end up staying on the lead lap just because this track is so long.
Yeah, it's just a long ass track. It should be pretty very, very long track.
38. Is she gonna try the move again into the chase? Yes.
Here she goes. Oh, back out of it.
Oh, gave the 64 a bit of
Ooh.
a shove there.
Yep.
8 and 22 battling for the 10th position. This will become 9th. I mean,
Eventually.
yeah, once the 96 comes in, and 96
thing
is gonna
is-
try to get by the 20 here.
Yeah. The thing is, if the 96 comes in,
Well, we're at our Windows 11 to go, and the keys at the end of this one are gonna be, well, just keep it on the racetrack. I mean, everyone's very spread out right now. It's gonna be there's gonna be a lot of push. I think another key. If you're the 96, save, save, save. If you're she's trying to win this race with this ultimate strategy. You gotta save as much fuel as you can here.
yeah, exactly. And the 19 should be pushing right now. I don't think the team's telling her to push because they don't think the 96 will make it to the end.
To be honest, with how far the 19 is, how far back the 19 is of the 96, I don't think there's a reason to push anyways. I mean, you're probably not gonna catch her. So you just gotta hope that she doesn't make it.
Yeah.
I mean, what else do you think is going to be a key to these final 11 laps?
Oh, fuel economy. 96. And I think for everybody, everyone's pretty much the same strategy. I think the 27 took out a bit of the gap. It's now 3.7.
3.7. But I mean, not really that close.
3.4 now.
96 is getting held up behind the 20, but I wonder if this is maybe a little by design.
I think it is by design.
To stay back at the 20 here and maybe save a little bit of stuff, because the 20 is definitely not faster than the 96.
Yeah. The 96 will stay behind the 20 for the foreseeable next
Here
couple
comes
of laps.
Ku once again on Nihale.
And Mayor is ready to pounce if something goes wrong.
We'll say, did a very great. I've really enjoyed this race.
Yeah.
Some
It's
great
very
road course racing action, and honestly, this is probably one of the best tracks you could have seen them race at for their first road course. Just
Yeah,
such a great venue and such a great racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best track. Honestly, it's the best track in the world right now. Best track in terms of ambience, in terms of fans, in terms of circuit, in terms of everything. It's been a really, really fun race, really eventful race, and I really, really hope that we come back to Bathurst next season. Maybe bring the Continental guys too. It'd be fun.
If Continental ever leaves North America, this would probably be on the top of their list.
Yeah. I think it's now up to the mountain to decide whether the 96 runs out or makes it. 19's coming in, 13.2. 27's taking out. It's 3.2 this time by.
3.2. And then and then fourth place, me, Reno, who's gonna cycle to third.
Yeah.
Still pretty solid for the 3. I mean, that 3 car is literally dead last in points at the moment, so podium
really,
finish
really.
for her would be very
that's a,
very big.
yeah, it's a really, really big, really, really, really big day by the YW number 3 team. I think that's might be the kick they need to finally, get going in the championship.
Yeah, they swept the front row at Daytona, and
Yeah.
That's about all of note that's come out of the 13 and the 3 this season. But if Barrino can snag a podium finish here at Bathurst, I mean that would totally be something. That would be something that they would love to talk about.
Yeah, that would be huge for a whole team.
Yeah, Barrino's not exactly a bad road course racer. I mean, she's run at places like Sonoma and Laguna Seca because she's from the Bay Area. So there's a lot of great road courses up in that part of California where she cut her teeth. And I mean, this track is quite like a lot of those.
I mean, you got some characteristics of those. You like the uphill section like Sonoma.
96 is in.
96 in, yeah.
So yeah, she could not make it.
Well, now we got a chase. 27 chasing at 19.
So now it's going to come down to these two.
27's got fresher tires.
27's got a couple laps fresher on the tires.
27 2.9 behind.
I believe the 96 is either going to cycle out third or fourth.
Maybe third.
I think she'll be third. Pretty good stop for the 96. Oh, they just took right side tires. That's why.
Yeah, that's
just
pretty
trying
good
a little
gamble.
bit of a short stop here.
And 96 will have fresher tires, so the 3 probably won't get the podium. A really, really great call by the 96.
Yeah, that's a good call if they can hang on to this position.
They can finish third. That's a really, really, really good call.
Yeah, back-to-back podium finishes, especially after that points penalty last week, which, originally a disqualification, but they got the win back, and back-to-back podiums is gonna help them out. What do you got for us, Rasha, on the 96?
Yep, that was the plan for the 96. If they couldn't make it on fuel, they would basically try to maximize the amount of track position that they would have by the end of the race here. They're going to have to find a little bit from the 3 here as the 96 warms up her tires. But yeah, so far that strategy of theirs is working pretty well. And after a bit of a turbulent start to the race, the 96 looks like she's going to have a pretty good result here to come out of it, as long as no other gremlins come out. Back to you.
27, 3.08 back. So now Handstrom is the leader. And these are the first laps that Handstrom has actually led all day, so...
Maybe huge race for Hangstrom. To lead the final laps is just perfect for them. And Rigatino, I think the 3 is really closing in.
The 3 is there on the 96 right now. I mean, this strategy for the 96 is they're just trying to maximize the track position they have. I think Rigatino has to defend really hard here. She's not going to be faster than the 19 and 27. She's not going to catch those two. But I think with Rigatino, if you're that 96, you just got to defend.
think the 96 will be really, really fast at the top of the mountain. You know, coming out of repark in a slow limit to McFlurry. I think they will be the fastest there because of the new red-eye tires. But you gotta applaud the effort from going to from 34 to a virtual podium for now.
To a top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. The 96, great drive to get up here. I mean,
Great call.
a great way to get out front, too, just by doing that alternate strategy. 93 and 34 coming to pit road. Hey, I mean, this is going to be a closer margin of victory than Calder Park was, which, I mean, if I told you that we were going to have a closer margin of victory at Bathurst than at Calder Park, I think you would have found that insane.
Probably would have found. Probably would have thought the opposite.
2.5 seconds. Garnston really gained that lap. Half a second that 27 got. This might come down to the wire. That 27 can rattle off some fast laps here. She saved her tires enough.
Yeah, I mean, she's got tires that are like 2-3 laps newer. So
yeah. Two lap fresher tires, which, I mean, doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 8 miles.
Yeah. It's 6 miles actually.
Well, this track is 3.8, so.
Yeah, it's 3.8. Yeah, sorry.
Like 7.6, which rounds up to 8.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see how it plays out. Garnston's been the dominant driver all race, but a pit stop setback. Has put her behind here in the closing laps of the Bathurst 500. But I mean, you can see these two in the same frame.
Yeah.
This isn't over.
Garnston's closing in. He's really closing in. Gotta come to 5 to go now.
I mean, if the 27 can get in the 19's draft, I mean, this is gonna be. This is gonna be something to watch.
Yeah.
.5. They ran pretty much identical lap times. 19 ran about 1/1000th of a second faster.
Yeah.
So, almost identical. 5 laps to go. Ooh, they're going to catch the 98 again. Well, we'll see if they catch the 98 again. .34 in front of this group. That's not for position. 34 is multiple laps down. In fact, she's 3 laps down.
34 had a pit issue that where we don't really know what happened.
Yeah. Handstrom, the driver from Norway, trying to win in Australia.
Yep. Trying to be cold as ice. At least for a couple of laps.
Yep.
But 4 to go, 60 kilometers. 60 kilometers to go, basically.
And hey, I mean, Norway technically does border Australia.
Oh yeah, it has sea borders.
They have land borders in Antarctica.
Oh yeah, that's
They're
it.
not it's not recognized, but
You can't claim borders in Antarctica, so
it's not recognized. But
there's no
they
borders.
they,
Yeah.
they both claim that.
Yeah. The overlap or something.
No, I don't think they do.
Yeah. Okay.
2/10 gain for Garnston. That's just not going to be. I don't think that's going to be enough for Garnston to get there. Unless she
Yeah.
really starts picking up. And I think she's going to really start needing to, like, gain some of the draft.
Yeah, the borders really don't overlap.
You know, that's the British, Argentinian, and Chilean ones.
Yeah.
Rigatino kind of pulled away a little bit.
Yeah, if you did new tires, change your life.
Yeah. I mean, just right sides, but they've worked out.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Arlen Handstrom, I mean, you just gotta be solid, be smooth. Don't overdrive it. I don't think the
Just bring it
27's gonna
home.
catch unless the 19 makes a big mistake or some kind of mechanical issue occurs.
Yeah, just bring it home. The 27's pushing to get you. To get her. Oh, there's traffic ahead of the 19.
Yeah, that's the 98. That car has that's the car that's down a cylinder.
Again.
She's just trying to make laps, but yeah, they're gonna catch her another. They're gonna catch her for the second time now.
Yeah, and again, 98 and 19 are teammates. Got losing time right here. Way to go.
I think she's gonna get held up, but not nearly as much as she would have if that happened in the mountain section. So 2.73 on the 27. She lost time that lap, I think.
Yeah, she lost time. It was 2.5. 2/10 lost. And yeah, 27's gonna catch a 98 up to the mountain. Yeah, it's not gonna. And might just be the win to the 19. 27 doesn't pass. Yeah.
Yeah, this might be it. That might be it.
That might be it. That might be it.
98's not helping a 27 here.
That might be it. That might be the race.
I think it is. There's 3 laps to go, and I think unless something absolutely catastrophic happens to the 19, I think she's got this one. But I mean, what a drive. What a drive it was for Handstrom.
Really, really great drive for Handstrom. She did have issues early in the race. Got back to the strategy. And yeah.
I mean, she
And-
started what? She started in 17th. I mean, Garnston started 4th, but
Arson's been there all race long.
Garnston's been up here at the front all race. And she finally
Yeah.
did get by the 98.
Yeah, but it might be too little too late.
I mean, a great drive for Rugatino as well, who's going to go 34th to 3rd.
Hats off to Rigatino. Really, really solid drive.
Carson didn't lose that much.
Yeah, but I was gonna lose a bit more.
I did too.
I think I was.
I mean,
like
I don't think
5
she's making up
seconds.
2.7. I don't think she's making up 2.75 seconds in
In a lap, yeah.
2 laps.
I think
Maybe
the fresh
Barrino-
retired it.
Barrino, good drive for her. 13th starting position. I mean, Jocelyn Nihale started in the top 10. She started 10th. She's going to get top 5.
Yep.
Youngwei Ku started all the way back in 30th. And she's up here in 6th.
Yep. And great recovery by Mira Gennaro.
Yeah, Mika Gennaro in 8th spot.
Like just having
Yeah,
everything go wrong,
8
just
of
still
Lau-
finishing in the top 10.
Also, as well, Lowry Schliesenbach didn't even make a qualifying lap. Started dead last. She's in the top 10. She's running 9th.
Yeah. Ended 22 of Andrea Davison. Was out of top 10. He's doing pretty solid too.
Yeah, she started in 25th. So, I mean, you know, despite the fact that this is a road course, I mean, we saw a lot of position shuffling and a lot of position change. A lot of cars from the back of the field made their way up to the front. And I mean, that's what you'll love to see at a track like this.
Yeah. Here comes 19 coming after 2.
That's a Honda. So
Yeah.
if that lap car is going to help anybody, it would be the 27.
Oh,
Going to take the white flag.
and take the white flag now.
1 lap to go. Don't worry about the flagman being submerged in the ground. That's, I don't know why the track does this. Down to 2.1 for the 27, but
That's a flag barrel. .2 miles to go.
3.8 miles to go.
3.8, yeah.
2 is just going to pull over.
Yeah, it might be close. 27 is way, way better at the top of the mountain than the 19 is.
Only 2 caution flags in this one. We ran pretty much the final 50. We ran pretty much the final 50 lap stint under green, but Arlen Handstrom on that last pit
27
stop.
closing in.
Arlen
Not over
Handstrom.
yet.
It's not over yet, but that 27 has a lot of work to do to get there. Tight through the S's. They are, wow, the 27 is really closed up.
Really catching in. This is
She can get the draft off into the Conrad Straight. We might see something here.
might see something.
Arlen Handstrom, though, great pit stop. Her pit crew got her out in front. And she's going to lead down the Conrad straightaway into the chase for the final time. And the 27 just is not close enough. She's close, but could not get there. And it will be Arlen Handstrom. As long as she can get through Murray's corner.
There it goes.
The 19 of Arlen Handstrom will win the Bathurst 500.
Well done.
What a lap by Garnston there at the end, though. And we're going to have to wait a while to see who's going to be third. 96, Rugatino on the podium. It'll be Barino, Nihale, Koo, Parkings, Gennaro, Schlesenbach, and Davison that round out the top 10.
What a great drive. 19.
I believe the 31 actually passed the 21 there on the last lap.
Yeah, it looks like. Yeah. 3 goals between them.
'23 got to 20th. There was a pass there on the last lap as well. And so we're just going to be waiting for the last lead lap finisher here. It takes a little while for every lead lap finisher to cycle out. Because it's almost because it takes like 2 minutes to lap this track.
Yeah.
I think the 6 car ran out of fuel at the end. That was the 18. Still managed to finish 24th. After that issue early on in the race.
Yep.
Gabriella.
That's important.
And
now,
lastly, that car of Talberson.
To close off the field. That was a fun race to watch.
That was a great race.
Really.
Genuinely enjoyed. I really enjoyed that. I think these drivers showed why this is one of the best tracks that these cars go to.
Yeah. It was a race of attrition, of course, but it really showed that every driver here is really talented to just go around a mountain. There were like two DNFs due to accidents. Most the common cause of DNFs were reliability issues.
Yeah, that's a breath of fresh air from the last few weeks where where we've had a lot of accidents. In this race, it was very clean, very organized racing, and still had a really close finish at the end too.
Yeah.
Just about half a second separated first from second, although third place was way back and 17 seconds back. Well, we're gonna send you to this. We're gonna send you guys to the studio for the post-race show, and what did you guys think of this one from Bathurst here on our first road course race of the season?
Well, I didn't think I'd be signing up to commentate to be part of the broadcast for Round of the World Endurance Championship, but that was a very fun race. Quite a lengthy one, but at the same time, I think a very fun one to watch from the broadcast center here. And yeah, I mean, we mentioned that it was gonna be quite the strategy race. I think we talked about how Handstrom was trying to get the undercut done on the first attempt and it didn't work, and the team just tried again the second time, and well, they were able to capitalize on a slow stop by the 27 and just take that lead and, well, run away with it, sort of, until Garnstone pulled in that absolute belter of a last lap, I think. Definitely gave a push for it at the end there. Eddie, you were there with us for the race. What did you think about today's processions?
I think I need to stop making predictions. That's really what I think. I mean, it's I mean, what the call out with the Japanese cars and then the Ford ending up taking it. I don't know if you can call that a curse, other than me not knowing where Yappy Malixon was for like half this race. And he ends up 20th, her best finish so far this season, so you can definitely tell where the experience came in, but strategy just did not pay off. In terms of the race, I thought it was pretty fun. It's, I mean, it's Bathurst. It was exactly what we expected it to be. Um, I'm surprised we got someone spinning, like getting spun on the crossing the start finish line, I guess, and just little things we could take into the next couple of races, from sort of the issues Sky and Jetta had to, I don't know, the entirety of Southwest, the randomness of the entirety of Southwest racing, to Bridget Tolerone and Nietzsche Garnstone having some, duality of man type of a race today. And then, of course, Harlan Handstrom, the driver who wasn't really supposed to be with this team this year. We thought she was going to be moving on. She really said in a couple interviews she just wanted to buy back some good faith within her team, and I think the easiest way to do that is to become the first driver on your team. I think Dark Horse does. No, it's Mason Parker has four drivers in AWSCO Cup Series, become the first driver on the team to win a race this season. So, yeah, no, good stuff for Arlen. I'm really happy for her. This is exactly what she needed after some of the weirdness of the off season.
Yep, and I think that'll definitely elevate her position up in the points. She was 7th coming into this race, and she was racing Tosama and Nihil for the tied with Tosama and Nihil in that position, and yes, that's definitely going to move her up in points once again. And speaking of points, I want to mention that there's quite a lot of cars here that were coming in very low on points and had some really good days. I mean, you have the three of Mimi Brino, who was dead last in the championship heading into this race, 40th and 32nd the first two races, ended up with a top 5. So very impressive performance for that team, and a good sign of performance for the MBYW cars, who've had a couple of reliability issues and been involved in some incidents in the first couple races, but yeah, they were able to just kind of get it all together. And also a decent result for our teammate, the 13 of Yania Waterton, in 17th. Yang Hui Ku, of course, we mentioned her a couple of times. Came in 36th in points. Managed to get a 6th place finish out of that. Mega Gennaro for Southwest was in a very similar position. I mean, Bria Dolata as well. Bria entered the race also 36th in points. So yeah, a lot of really, really good days for the drivers that were low down in points coming into this race. And yeah, I think Echo mentioned this as well at the near the end of the broadcast, but yeah, mega result for Laurie Schleichenbach, who started the race in dead last. I don't think she managed to get a qualifying lap in the session itself. So yeah, just a great performance from overall from that Uberman Enterprise team. And yeah, Uberman Enterprise has had a couple of problems, at least in the Continental Series, but yeah, this team is doing pretty well, I think, in Cup. So yeah, plenty of good positive performances coming out for some teams that definitely needed something good to happen today.
This is what happens on a road course. We've seen it in real life. We've seen it across countless other NR 2003 series, and of course we see it here. It's easy for us to say because we only had 3 races in, so we can't say familiar faces, but we did not see a lot of familiar faces up at the front that we usually do, and that's going to allow these points to get a lot closer than what they've been, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a major shakeup in the point standings, especially because a lot of drivers at the top of the field had problems. We didn't talk too much about Paisley Geary. I think she had a pretty anonymous race, but yeah, we saw Yatsukov have engine problems, Jetta have engine problems, Yukovic have engine problems, Yarsharaj had engine problems, Yanaga had fuel pump problems as well. I mean, that right there, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and sixth in points right there. So, yeah, a lot of troubles for some of the early championship contenders, I think. And that'll just help Arlen Handstrom's position even more as she sits right behind a lot of those guys. And she managed to pull out a win, so great result for Handstrom, and that'll definitely take her up the points to near the very top, I think.
Yep. I mean, I don't think any of us picked Handstrom. I'm trying to check the FanDuel stuff right now. It doesn't seem like it was a big name on the top of the list, especially at mid-race.
Yeah, I don't think pre-race. Mid-race we were talking about her quite a bit, but yeah, in the pre-race show we didn't really talk that much about throwing her out too much because she was starting near the starting kind of in the midfield there. So yeah, it was only around the mid-race report where we were talking about her because she had strategized her way up to that second position, chasing down the 27 when we were doing our report. So yeah, definitely someone that came out of left field if you were looking at the beginning of the race.
I don't know what else to say. I should have actually thought about like what a lack of sleep and then like the time change of flying around everywhere would do to me because I am gassed right now. If you didn't hear me for the last 30 laps, it was because I was trying to ensure that I would not be mumbling and stumbling my way through even this point.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. I cannot wait for that. I can't wait.
Yeah, we're heading back to the U.S. for the next race. And hey, we don't have to. I don't have to move around between tracks anymore. Now that the next couple races are going to be at the same venue for both Cup and Continental. So yeah. It'll be exciting to see both years on the same track again. As nice as this little international tour was.
Yeah. And hey, it's Vegas. I completely forget how much. Yeah, 1.5 miles. This is definitely a speedway track where someone can well, I don't want to say get some benefits, but if you want to know who's going to be best at the speedways, you might as well figure it out in Sin City. That'd be definitely a place where you can prove to your owners and to the bettors and to the rest of the league that more speedways, especially with like end of the season with Homestead Miami and Atlanta.
Yeah, I was gonna say this.
I guess you could put Kansas and Oregon up there, but with those races in the playoffs and with the first real sort of type of that run coming up, this is going to be a huge race.
I agree. It's going to be pretty important to have a good performance on the speedways. You mentioned that. Yeah, you mentioned that Kansas and Oregon were in the 1.5 miles in the first two rounds, and yeah, of course the final race of the season, the finale is going to be at Homestead Miami. So yeah, there's definitely quite a lot to be gained from good speedway performance, I think. So this Vegas race, I think a lot of teams are going to be very interested in seeing their performance and kind of being able to dial in their cars for what will probably be a very important part of their team's performance this season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, we're taking you back to Echo in the booth for our closing statements. Thank you very much. Over to you, Echo.
Yeah, I mean, really fun race. I quite enjoyed that. It was a bit of an interesting one. There was a lot of stuff that went on there, but I thought the storylines were great. I thought everything about that race was genuinely just fun to watch, and these drivers really took to the road course well. So, what do you think, Emmy?
Yeah, it was a pretty fun race. I think the storylines coming in on Calder Park, controversy with the 96, having a lot of varying strategies. It was a really fun race, really fun on track, off track, and a great drive. And my pick won the race, so I guess leave it at that. But yeah, it's Bathurst. It's the best track in the world. You can't really compare it to anything to that. So yeah, I think it's just over here. It's just Bathurst. It's just the average. It's just the average product of Bathurst. Bathurst.
All right. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that race. Thank you to Rasha, Eddie, and Emmy for joining us tonight here from Bathurst. I'm gonna send you all off. So on behalf of all those three, I'm Echo. Thank you for joining into AWSCO and catch us this weekend for Vegas.